Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning.
Conference called Pharmaceutical Strategy for the EU, organized by the Committee on Health of the Senate of the Czech Republic together with the Association of Innovative Pharmaceutical Industry. Potkáváme se tady v Senátu parlamentu České.
We have gathered here in the Senate of the Parliament of the Czech Republic thanks to the Committee on Health of the Senate. We will have the conference interpreted into Czech and into English. I'll continue in English.
So we are going bilingual. We are speaking Czech and English. So for those who speak English, it's always more comfy to have the interpretation to the headphones so that you can get every detail that will be said here. So, innovative treatment, that's the topic we are going to talk about today, and it is becoming more and more common in the EU. In 2020 alone, which is the year of the pandemic of COVID-19, the European Medicines Agency approved around 55 new medicines, most often products for the treatment of oncological and infectious diseases. But what is really interesting is that compared to 2019, this was an increase of about 80%. The innovative treatment then fundamentally affects the entire healthcare system, and that is why the European Union has decided on a major revision of EU drug legislation that should be presented at the end of this year. That is during the Czech Presidency of the European Union, and as we got to know recently, it's going to be the 22nd of December, so very close to the Christmas time. That is why we will be talking here today about topics related to the new legislation. We will look at the current situation and the most likely future. And in separate workshops that will take place in this hall, that will be workshop number 1 and workshop number 3, as well as in Friedland Lounge, which is the one just next to the place where you had your morning coffee. There will be the workshop 2 and workshop 4. We will focus on what Europe needs to be attractive to pharmaceutical research and practice, what are the main local barriers to market entry. We'll also talk about the main local barriers and also about the already approved health technology assessment regulation and the joint clinical assessment. And last but not least, we will be interested in the view of the patient, the most important part of the whole process, with regard to equal and faster access to innovative medicines. But first, I want to thank the Senator, the Chairman of the Committee on Health of the Senate of the Parliament of the Czech Republic, Dr. Roman Kraus, for inviting us here and ask him for his welcoming speech.
Dobré ráno, dámy a pánové.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to welcome you on my behalf and on behalf of the Committee on Health of the Senate of the Parliament of the Czech Republic, which co-hosts this international conference entitled Pharmaceutical Strategy for Europe. I would like to, on a similar note, share a couple of remarks about this vital theme. The enhanced review of EU legislation is part of broader pharmaceutical strategy for Europe. The Commissioner already outlined the effort in 2020. So we all know what direction this legislative review is to take. So it's not only about production of manufacturing of medicinal products, but also other aspects. There are various legislative and non-legislative steps that are at stake, and patient and his and her rights on accessible treatment is the center. We also need to support pharmaceutical industry in research and so that patients get to their treatment as soon as possible, and also failures need to be addressed. Why is the legislative review that is so extensive necessary? There will be a number of changes, including change of registration, speeding up of access of modern and innovative therapies on the markets of all EU member states, so that there wouldn't be any differences. And what I see as one of the fundamental aspects that has arisen in the past 3 years during the COVID pandemic, and also well, in the context of the recent Russian aggression in Ukraine, we also need to address better preparedness for crisis situation. And also we need to be as self-sufficient as possible in the production of medicinal products and medical devices as well. I believe that this is as important as speeding up the entry of innovative therapies on our markets. The EC is preparing a series of legislative reviews on the 22nd of December this year. That will all be made public. However, discussion needs to be started prior to that, so this conference is a part of that effort. The Czech Republic also will shortly be starting its presidency of the Council of the EU, so undoubtedly we can contribute to setting the priorities and overall level of the debate. In conclusion, I would like to wish this conference every success, many fruitful discussions, and I do hope that we'll be able to transfer the things that we discuss here into our day-to-day practice in the Czech Republic and in the EU. Welcome to the Senate once again.
The chairman of the Committee on Health of Senate. And I also welcome here the chairman of the board of the Association of Innovative Pharmaceutical Industry, Dr. Pavel Sedláček, whom I would also like to ask for his welcoming speech.
Thank you. Good morning, dear Mr. Chairman, dear representatives of both European and Czech Republic institutions and authorities, dear ladies and gentlemen. European Pharmaceutical Strategy has been created by European Commission to secure faster, more equitable and sustainable access to new treatment for patients across Europe. Of course, as innovative industry, we share the same vision. Future based on prevention, innovation, and implementation of digital services for patients into the healthcare. The evolution of European regulatory framework it lies not only in front of Czech and then Swedish presidencies, but ways beyond. We will need to focus on unmet medical needs, access of the European patients. By stimulating European medicine research ecosystem, we need to make Europe more resilient. For this, we need to develop evidence-based understanding of the root causes of barriers and delays in access to treatment. Only through quality and innovation-minded regulatory framework and robust and predictable intellectual property and incentives can Europe gain again the ground and become true leader in healthcare. I hope that today's conference will help us to define the key elements of the future revision and this joint vision. So, dear guests, wish you a great conference. Thank you.
And I thank Dr. Pavel Sedláček, the chairman of the board of Association of Innovative Pharmaceutical Industry. So we've just opened the conference and we can continue with the plenary session. But before that, I would like to tell you some more technical information, as it is not only a conference where you will be getting information, but we also want you to take part in the discussions, which will be very handy, especially at workshops, but also at the beginning. So we have either the microphones in front of you as the one channel to reach us, but also you can use your mobile technologies and sign in to Slido application, which is normally on the Explorer or wherever internet search, and you sign in to sli.do, D-O, and then you use hashtag that will help you to reach our event. The hashtag for this hall, who will be sitting at the workshop number 1 and workshop number 3, or now at the beginning, you will need 2295996, so that's 2295996. That's the hashtag for hall number 1, which is this one, the meeting hall. And for the Friedland Lounge, the hall number 2, you will need much more complicated. There is one number more, one digit more, and it's 6984645. Once again, 6984645. This will help you to reach us through the mobile technologies, so you can ask a question. And please don't wait with your questions to the last 5 minutes of the workshop or of the plenary session. Just ask right at the beginning, because then we know we want to answer so many questions, and we will just keep time for that. If we don't have questions, then it's possible that we will not have time to answer yours if it will come too late. Great. So I hope we are done with this one, and that we'll be receiving a lot of questions from you, not only online, but you can also raise your hand and just ask. So we start with European pharmaceutical legislation and the changes it has to go through. Even though, as we know, the final result we will get at the 22nd December, for when the Commissioner Stella Kyriakides scheduled the publication, as Mr. Chairman said. The publication of the proposal will follow after 5 months of Czech presidency. So we need to know much more what is there to work on, and that's why I'm very happy to have here with us, even though online, a representative of the DG Sante, which works on the proposal. So I am very happy to welcome Antonios Rodiadis, the Deputy Director at the DG Sante, responsible for health systems and medicines, who is connected from Brussels and who will present us the perspective of the EU's legislative proposals. So, Antonios, welcome, and the stage is yours.
Thank you very much for having me. Just a quick check that my sound and video is okay.
We see and hear you perfectly.
Thank you. So I'm honored, and thank you for the possibility to address this conference and also to explain the background behind the pharmaceutical strategy, its philosophy, and objectives for the future. Well, as you know, the pharmaceutical strategy for Europe is a communication that was published in November 2020. And essentially, it is a long-term agenda in the field of pharmaceutical policy in order to create what we call a future-proof regulatory framework and support industry in promoting research and technologies that actually reach the patients in order to fulfill their therapeutic needs. So in that sense, you could say that the pharmaceutical strategy as a whole, but also the revision of the pharmaceutical legislation, which I will talk about in a bit, has this dual role, striking a balance between having innovation in the EU, making the EU a place where medicines are produced, there's innovation, but also at the same time made available to patients. So the pharmaceutical strategy in general had 4 pillars. These were, first one was access to affordable medicines, which included elements such as creating evidence generation that is relevant for all the life cycles of the pharmaceuticals lifespan. The launch of medicines in the different member states so that there is equality across the EU in terms of access and different aspects in terms of access. The second one was about enabling what we call sustainable innovation. And here there's a lot, it has a lot to do with data, how we use data in the regulatory process, but also creating a fertile environment so that the EU industry can optimize and use the EU framework through which would be more, let's say, conducive to new medicines and new products coming to the market. Already we see that medicine is not just a pill that people take, but you have integration of digital. There are possibilities in electronic information that can accompany the medicine. There's a lot of developments in terms of genomics, advanced therapies, the way we, let's say, tackle the issue of GMOs and research in that area. So all these need to be, let's say, better calibrated in our system, so that this system is not only conducive for today's business, but also tomorrow's. And that is very important in what has to do with our definitions, the scope of the legislation, and also the processes that are included in that. The third pillar was about availability and tackling the issue of shortages. As we know, this question is not a new one. It has been further exacerbated by the recent pandemic, but is certainly not something that we saw during the COVID-19 crisis for the first time. And therefore, we would need our system to be more transparent, to ensure that the operators across the life cycle and across the different sectors, let's say in the pharmaceutical area, work with each other, so that we ensure, at least for those critical medicines, that we have supplies that are can be used for distribution, but also that we know when there is a shortage coming, and therefore we're able to react to it. The third pillar is about the fourth pillar is about the global level, let's say, to introduce a more regulatory convergence, so that the EU is a global player and remains a global player in terms of regulatory preparation and convergence in the on pharmaceuticals. Now, these objectives can translate essentially in, let's say, as I said, the use of data, transparency measures, very importantly also simplification measures, and how the regulatory system works. So we're looking into how the committees are working, the central authorization procedure, and how the committees of the EMA work together, how the, let's say, the cooperation of the national agencies is integrated in this process through our MRP-DCP procedures, and also in order to reduce, let's say, duplications in the system, so as to reduce authorization times, but also bring the medicines more quickly to the patient. There are aspects in the revision that have to do with environmental, addressing the environmental challenges, the environmental risk assessments being more robust, and of course, at the same time, to bring this all together, a revision of the incentive system in our pharmaceuticals regulation aims to make the system at the first time, quite, let's say, fair. So that's the important thing, to have a fair system in order to bring the medicines to the patients, but at the same time also ensure that innovation is rewarded, and that it is a system that is predictable and easy to navigate. So that is a very important point at the same time. So just to mention the main legislative, let's say, agenda of the pharmaceutical strategy includes many flagship actions. I mean, you are aware of the revision of the Health Technology Assessment Regulation, which was already published, the creation of the HERA, the Health Emergency Preparedness and Response Authority in the Commission, which is tackling specific issues and challenges in the pharmaceutical life cycle. Implementation of the clinical trials framework is another issue. The creation of the European Health Data Space. All these are very big steps towards creating an EU health system that is both robust but also more holistic in terms of use of data and also building on the strengths of Europe. The revision of the pharmaceutical legislation will come as a package in the end of this year, as you mentioned correctly earlier. This essentially entails the revision of the orphan and pediatric legislation, which is the sectorial legislation having to do with those rare diseases and medicines for children. And of course, what we call the general pharmaceutical legislation, which is essentially the legislation that the main body of our system has to do with how we authorize and monitor medicines across the EU, and includes very important provisions as regards safety, as regards the generation of data, regulatory pathways, pharmacovigilance, etc. We are conducting, we're in the end process, let's say, of conducting what we call internally a back-to-back evaluation and impact assessment of the general pharmaceuticals legislation. And we expect that by the end of June, this evaluation and impact assessment will be largely finished, at which phase we can also move into, let's say, more the drafting process that will lead us into the fall and into the end of the year, where we will have the adoption of this proposal. The consultation process that has led to where we are now has been, I think, very enriching in terms of messages, but also understanding the intricacies and interests, obviously, across the different stakeholders. We have had two online public consultations, one for the first strategy, the communication, and the second one on specifically on the revision of the general pharmaceutical legislation. At the same time, there has been a lot of meetings with presidencies, but also at the Pharmaceutical Committee on specific issues, key issues that have to do with, let's say, more political priorities. We have been working on the concept of unmet medical needs, how we can tackle shortages, future-proofing the legislation, and many other subjects. And at the same time, there's been a lot of, let's say, bilateral meeting and engagement, both by the Commission towards stakeholders, but also, with the different networks. Health Policy Platform recently also had a thematic network on this issue, and a joint statement has been produced by different stakeholders, which you can visit at the Health Policy Platform webpage, with a lot of messages of what our pharmaceutical system should look like in the future. If you would allow me just to, let's say, close with two key, messages that have come up from this process, is that the EU is a place that guarantees safety and innovation already. This is a key message that comes from the evaluation. What we need to work on, and this is, let's say, our main challenge, is to make sure that the innovation arrives to those who need it. And we're talking about the patients. In an EU where about 1/6 of the health expenditure across EU member states is pharmaceutical expenditure, affordability and access are issues that we can work on. And obviously, the EU does not have the authority to set prices. This is a national policy, but there are things that can be done indirectly through more competition, biosimilar, generic entry, and at the same time through simplification of the system in order to make the system more manageable, but also increase competition so as to have a positive effect on the prices of national health budgets. So this is one issue that's quite important. And also, as I mentioned earlier, the issue of launching products across member states. Having said that, it certainly goes without saying that industry like the pharmaceutical industry, where right now we're talking about a market of 200 billion euros in 2020, huge market. EU is a net exporter to the world in pharmaceuticals. We need to certainly support industry to invest so that innovation keeps on being created in the EU, and then we're able to build on this strength. So I'm very happy to be here with esteemed members of the different stakeholder representatives, but also members of legislative bodies, and also in the Czech Republic, which now is going to be taking the presidency the next semester, and also to work with our colleagues in the Czech Republic in order to build on these messages in view of the adoption of the legislation, but also to work on different details and key political messages that might be coming up in the next months. So thank you very much.
Antonios, thank you very much for being with us. And also, would you please be so kind and answer just a short question? Where do you see the main task for the Czech presidency, as you mentioned, the next semester?
Yes, that's a very good question. I mean, given the timing in the process, I think that it would be quite interesting to continue our work on certain key messages. First of all, how we implement practically this new concept of unmet medical needs, having a more modulated system towards support for unmet medical needs, always keeping incentives for the for all medicines that are innovative in the EU. That's one thing that we are working on, and there are right now meetings happening at political level where the Czech presidency can have a conducive role in that sense. But also, as you will be the presidency of the council, and you will be controlling largely also the agenda, I think that you would have a key role in how the council and its the next council meetings would be able to focus on the different parts that would be relevant for member states, so that we have preparation for a more smooth process in the next phase after the adoption by the Commission and the enter into the interinstitutional negotiation phase.
Thank you very much. That was Antonios Rodiadis from the DG Sante. Thank you. And now we have someone that represents the presidency of the Council of the EU, now held by France. So it is a great pleasure to have here also a representative of the Ministry of Economy, Finance and Recovery, Laura Fabre from DG Enterprise, to share her views. Laura, hello to Paris and welcome here with us. So the stage is yours.
Hello. First, can you hear me? I'm just checking.
Yes, we can hear you, we can see you.
Okay, thank you. Well, I would like to thank you for your invitation to speak on this panel, giving us the opportunity to pass the torch to our colleagues in the organization of this great opportunity that is the presidency of the Council. So, well, the COVID crisis has highlighted our vulnerabilities and dependencies on foreign manufacturing of health products. And indeed, like most European countries, France has experienced tensions in the supply of medicines and medical devices, underlying our great dependence on non-European suppliers. And this is why, during the French presidency, we try to address 3 topics that are fundamental for the future of the European healthcare industries. First, the resilience of our supply chains, which is essential to our health sovereignty, and the structuring at the European level of collective response in the event of a crisis. Second, the identification of common strategic objectives in terms of public support with the establishment of a pan-European industrial project. And finally, regulatory basis that will allow us to better take into account the issues related to innovation and the greening of our production chains. So I will simply come back in a few words to these 3 points and their implication at the European level. So first issue, the resilience of our supply chain and the relocation of the most critical production capacity to Europe. So as I was saying, the health crisis has highlighted our dependence, and it is clear that we must act to strengthen our capacity to respond to current and future pandemics. For example, the European Recovery Plan is a unique opportunity to collectively develop key production capacities in Europe. And in France, for example, in June 2020, we launched a big plan of action to relocate critical healthcare products with massive support for projects to relocate and strengthen the production capacities of healthcare industry. But this effort must be above all collective. And that is why France has been one of the driving forces working for the emergence of a European Authority for Preparedness and Response to Health Crises, which is HERA. With the budget of 6 billion over 6 years, I think it will contribute directly to our crisis management capacity and our preparation for future crises based on the American BARDA model. So in addition to strengthening our supply capacities for critical medical countermeasures, so medicines, including vaccine, personal protective equipment, medical devices, and so on, HERA will make it possible to draw the full potential from the coordination of member states' national policies, but also to avoid redundancies between agencies and industrial overcapacity. So what is the next step from now on, in our point of view? We definitely think that HERA should now be given its full capacity for action by providing it with its own budget. The second challenge, which is supporting the development of production capacities that meet our strategic objectives. In view of the numerous market failures identified for the healthcare sector and the challenges of competitiveness in face of the United States and China, France has proposed to its European partners the establishment of a health IPCI in order to meet 3 objectives. So the IPCI is an important project of common European interest. So first, to actively contribute to the European Union's objectives in terms of industrial and health strategies. Secondly, to support the first industrial deployment on European territory of fundamental innovative production processes, and in particular sustainable. And 3, to promote research and innovation for the development of highly innovative therapies and care services, capable of offering solutions that are both effective and accessible to all European patients in order to address unmet medical needs. And it seems crucial to us today to strengthen our research capacity and to invest in strategic areas for tomorrow's health, which is why it was important for us to obtain the signature of a manifesto by 16 member states joining the initiatives in March. And those defining the scope of the health IPCI and its timetable. So let me recall its scope briefly, maybe. The health IPCI will accelerate the development of cell and gene therapies, which is representing a revolution in the treatment of many diseases, particularly cancers, and whose development requires substantial financing that the European venture capital market is unable to provide right now. We also wish to finance projects that will make it possible to fight against antibiotic resistance or to develop treatments for rare diseases. And the health IPCI will allow as well to massively finance the development of innovative and greener production processes for active ingredients and drugs, to accelerate the environmental transition of the European pharmaceutical sector. Why? Because we are convinced that the greening of the production processes of European manufacturers of drugs and medical devices is essential to restore the competitiveness of the European health industries. Very concretely, the health IPCI will allow to finance projects of innovation in production processes, for example, new techniques of synthesis, such as flow-through chemistries or biocatalysis. The health IPCI is therefore intended to be, for us, the cornerstone of European industrial policy in this field. And I hope Czech Republic will be able to join the initiative for the second wave of projects dedicated to digital health and medical devices. Beyond this, and this is my third point, we must obviously continue to work on European regulations to guarantee compliance with a higher level of social and environmental requirements, particularly for imported medical products, and to facilitate the development and production of health products in Europe in a sustainable manner. And this is a priority in which all the competent ministry and friends are strongly invested. And I know that we can also count on the work of all the member states in this area to resolutely advance the health union. And the ambitious proposal made by France at the European Summit regarding the greening of the pharmaceutical industry will have to be implemented in future regulations and directives. Why? Because the healthcare sector accounts for 4.4% of global GHG emissions, which are strongly linked to the production of medicines and medical devices. So a better consideration of the carbon footprint of healthcare products by purchaser would favor production in Europe to the detriment of imports from Asian countries with high carbon electricity and less restrictive environmental regulations. And I'll also take this opportunity to highlight a major step forward, namely the opening of discussion on the draft regulation for the European health data space, which was initially scheduled for the second half of 2022. And in our view, it is crucial to promote the emergence of a sustainable economic model for the secondary use of data in order to allow effective access to health data by manufacturers, laboratories, and startups for research and development purposes, of course. So in one word, I would say that the mobilization of all member states for an ambitious European industrial strategy in health seems essential to guarantee the health sovereignty to which all European citizens aspire. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. You've spoken about the greening of the healthcare system. Do you have any guidance how to reach that, how to do that?
Well, actually, we have several ideas, and we would like to promote them. Indeed, as I said, the health IPCI will be one of the path in our minds. But of course, we would like to engage with the Commission and the member states. Discussion regarding a new kind of regulation when it comes to public call, for example, and all the call of interest that are launched should be launched given the idea that you have to implement new criteria regarding environmental and social aspects. So yeah, I would say that those are two main ways of greening all the pharmaceutical sector.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Laura, for being with us. That was Laura Fabre from France. Thank you for sharing your experience from this semester of the presidency. And now we move to the Czech Republic. At this time, we have here, and I ask her to join us here at the stage, the director of the State Institute for Drug Control, Irena Storova. I've already mentioned at the beginning that unfortunately Czech Republic is one of the slowest countries in Europe in terms of introducing new drugs. The process of assessing reimbursement for health insurance in our country takes an average of almost 18 months. Why and what could help to improve it? And also how difficult task it will be to implement the revised legislative. We will hear from Irena Storova, the director of the Institute. Welcome.
Tak, dobré dopoledne, milé dámy, vážení pánové.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for having me. I would like to ask you for a pointer or remote control. Let me show you a couple of slides to summarize what we have been doing in the most recent 2 years and what is ahead of us in the coming period. I'm not talking only about the period covering our presidency because everything is longer term, and you who know the environment, it is always a long-term run because everything is managed on the EU level. So I know that it will be a bit dry, so I will not read the slides and I will just comment on what we have experienced and what we plan. Since March 2020, we have known the new pharmaceutical strategy for Europe, including the plan for the year 2020 and the coming years. We hope that all these activities will translate into specific steps. The Czech Republic, of course, took part in many expert consultations. This is a sort of threads going through all our activities. Of course, for the community, this is not that visible, but let me introduce four basic chapters. So first of all, it is patients. We are patient-centric, which means that we deal with unmet treatment needs, where we, of course, review the existing legislation, orphan drugs, generic medicines, also medicines for pediatric needs or applications. So all this is included in the first chapter. Also, the second chapter is now becoming has been formed into something more practical. On the 3rd of May, we introduced EHDS, which is now being discussed on the EU level. The third chapter is focused on resilience. We aim at dealing with shortages, enhancement of the EU supply chains. COVID-19 showed us that this is not easy. And also Chapter 4 is also the competitiveness of EU on the global level. What you can see here are the main priorities of the strategy for the Czech Republic as it was defined by the Ministry of Health and our institute. There are several areas which were identified as priorities. First of all is the prevention of requirements for authorization bodies or registration bodies. These are very important and basic tasks which apply to the Czech Republic and also EU. We have worked on many of these issues on an extensive in an extensive manner. We aim at introducing electronic monitoring systems because this is something we were quite advanced even before COVID-19, but EU caught up, and we, of course, don't want to lag behind. So sharing information is very important. You know from your own experience that if there is a shortage in one sentence, in one country, then it is like an avalanche, you know, and in other EU countries, they experience the same shortage, and this should not happen. And simplification of the regulatory framework is another priority. It's something what is being discussed, and I am now referring to biosimilars, generic medicines. We want to make the access to the market easier, and the same applies to innovative medicines. To be very specific, we can talk about the support of the electronic version of those paper leaflets, and also the obligation to launch medicines in all markets of EU countries. To meet all these steps, of course, we have to wait for the EC. We will see when the legislation for the review of orphan drugs and pediatric medicines is submitted by EU. We expect them in the last quarter of this year. These are issues which are supported by the Czech Republic. To be more specific, we of course consider the authorization of medicines for more indications based on the mechanism of effects. So this is one of the big challenges. I always repeat that we need an early dialogue and scientific consultation. Early consultation means that we would be able to deal or manage HTA in a better way. So the point is to identify the points related to highly innovative medicines. This is not only about availability, but sharing and collecting data, and I am referring to member countries and all stakeholders, would make it easier to launch medicines in the EU market. For example, it is quite difficult to find out whether information necessary for including medicine in a reimbursement list. It might be good to know if in another member state, member country, the data has already been collected. We have to think about regulation, and we have to be aware of the fact that if it became even stricter, it might result in outflow of producers from EU. One of the topics discussed is what is the role of the Czech Republic and the Czech Presidency. Of course, it will depend on the time framework. So if a proposal is submitted in December this year, then the Czech Republic plans to open the discussion, but probably we will not manage more than just introducing those proposals. Then, if any proposal is submitted later, then the Czech Republic, of course, would be involved, but will not be in the position of a presiding country. So we can promote a sort of an unbiased compromise, but in the position of a presiding country, we can support specific solutions and also support other countries with a similar approach. To summarize, since March, when everything started, now at the end of the discussion on the 25th of November 2020, the strategy for EU was adopted. The 4 pillars are introduced on this slide. A lot of what is written there has already been mentioned. This is a long list that I do not need to read, but let me just summarize it into these slides so that you can find your way easily around it. A great challenge and a big theme is the EHDS, the European Health Data Space. And the individual objectives and priorities are mentioned there, so to speak, on behalf of the State Institute for Drug Control. We've already studied this regulation because the e-prescriptions and other functionalities are relevant for us. So there is a lot of work ahead. It's vital that we have the right direction, and we either have fulfilled or started activities in the themes that are there. Another area is blood tissues and cells. We wonder whether this will be open during the Czech presidency and what development we'll see in that respect. Another area is the very largely discussed area of OMPs, and it's a big challenge and big theme for the Czech Republic, and also pediatric use medicinal products. So this is an area that has been developing. So it's really vital to regulate that. Then, besides the pediatric use and rare disease regulations, we have the general pharmaceutical legislation. The aim of the review will be to reduce the administrative burden, ensure supplies, avoid shortages, etc. Then rules need to be updated that are related to the payments that go to the EMA as part of this activity. Various possibilities will be analyzed that are related to these charges, both human and veterinary use. So much for the summary, and well, naturally, Presidency of the Council is a great event. Our institute has been preparing itself for it thoroughly. We'll host 11 deliberations. Most of them will be on site. We hope that internationally renowned experts will visit Prague. Committees, some representatives welcome here, and we hope that major decisions will be made here. The Czech Republic can also present itself and promote itself in a positive manner. We also see it as a way of promoting our Institute for Drug Control. I would like to highlight once again that we are not boring bureaucrats, so we have come up with a short video. So let me share the results of our promotion activities. So let's have the video now. We opened our Gates to Health already in 1918, and since then your health has been in our hands too. Thousands of medicinal products and medical devices go through our hands each year. We review and assess everything thoroughly, and also set the maximum price based on true benefit for patients. We monitor everything starting from manufacturing up to how medicines are handled in the pharmacy, so throughout the life cycle of the medicinal products. In our labs, everything goes through our health check system. Everything is under our scrutiny. Our experts give the helping hand to the EMA and to other international bodies. We are actively involved in more than 100 task forces and working groups and subcommittees. We are always here for you when you need a piece of advice. We go and then advertisation, making sure that the e-prescription, e-vaccination record works well. We take care that your health is always in the right hands.
Irena Storová, the director of the State Institute for Drug Control. Thank you for that. We also have a question here, but I think I'll keep it for later on, because then I'll ask some of you to answer that, because it's considering the health data space and the new stakeholders that should take part in the discussion. But we have here the Deputy Minister of Health of the Czech Republic, Mr. Jiří Dvořáček, who should also tell us the Czech perspective of the forming of the new legislation. So please, where do you see the main points for the Czech presidency?
Thank you very much. I just wanted to be assured whether I should speak in English or in Czech. Neither is an issue. So I shall speak in Czech, and I'll be very brief, because Irena Storová has summed it up, basically most of the themes that are ahead of us during the presidency. Allow me to follow up on something that has already been raised here, and let me just focus on the pharmaceutical strategy, how rare diseases were debated in the Senate some 2 weeks ago. EHDS is an area that we're only partly responsible for. Let me now tell you what I see as the main difference between the European and US environment. If we look at the FDA material mapping, the root causes of shortages in the US, and let's take a look at the European document, the Pharmaceutical Strategy drafted in 2020. The US document also came into being around 2020. So if you open the two documents, you would see what the main differences between the US and Europe is. You don't even need to read the content, read the titles, but basically the FDA document is thick like this, and the EU document is thick like that. So if you run through it and take a look at the content, it's very similar. But what I like about the FDA document, and I would be really happy if this could serve as greater inspiration for Europe, is that the US is perhaps overburdened with overregulation, and the root cause of shortages is overregulation of the market to a great extent, which makes it impossible for the market to flexibly respond to a given situation. The EU document is not bad at all. It's very extensive, very informative, and if you go through it, you then make similar conclusions, but it's very hard to get to the gist of it. So in a certain way that characterizes and reflects Europe and its current status. So at a time when we speak about shortages here, everybody thinks let's perhaps come up with a new regulation, making sure that medicinal products stay in Europe or more are produced in Europe. FDA, however, recommends let's take a look at possibilities of deregulation. Let's be patient-centered. Let's take a look at how we can simplify start of production and supplies for the US. So that's a great inspiration for us, for Europe, for the EMA, and for DG Sante. So how do we actually then build the individual steps of the pharmaceutical strategy? So this is something that will resonate during the Czech presidency. This is what I'm personally interested in. I hope that this can be discussed at the meetings I could take part so far in some 3 or 4. We discussed some key aspects of the strategy. And in this context, let me follow up on what has been mentioned here so far. So how do we support availability? So that's R&D, but also identifying the needs of European patients. So that's the debate surrounding unmet medical needs. So what's that? How that can be defined? Whether this is a parameter that should be the key indicator in clinical assessments, in reimbursement certifications of medicinal products, the evaluation thereof at the EMA, etc. And the discussions will follow in the months to come. It's highly complicated because naturally there are changes over time, parameters change over time, and I don't need to stress how long it takes to develop a new medicinal products, even though COVID has shown that many of you succeed much faster than proclaimed in the past. So yes, vaccines can become a reality very soon, as COVID proved. So it's just like when we focus on a given area, then pharmaceutical industry in cooperation with the academic sector, so hand in hand, academic sector and the pharmaceutical industry. The question is, who is the first, the hen and the egg question, so to speak. So that genesis is an aspect, and this debate will indeed be a crucial one and will define how Europe will invest, how incentives will be defined in IP. So naturally, it's the alpha and omega of the existence of the industry and primary motivation. So all that at this stage is, well, not at the beginning, but at a very early stage of what the final document will look like. Irena Storová spoke about it. We may not see during the Czech presidency. Few of the documents related to the pharmaceutical strategy will be finalized during our presidency. However, I'm only very little sorry about that because we have other things to address. We'll have a chance to actively intervene during the presidency trio. So when our Swedish colleagues take over, basically the field will have been mapped and we'll have a chance to be more actively involved in the final shape of the material, whether it's the General Pharmaceutical Regulation or the OMP legislation, pediatric use regulation. As opposed to previous years, we have the capacity for that. At the permanent presentation, we have 3 experts focusing on health, which is quite a high number given the lack of funding for the Czech presidency. There'll be naturally a lot of documents to take a look at. It will be a demanding job. I've mentioned unmet medical needs, and also there'll be a debate as to how to support market access and how to guarantee availability of medicinal products across the whole Europe to eliminate the situation when, for instance, one drug is available in Germany and then only much later in the Baltic countries. So patients need to wait for 5 or more years for a medicinal product to be launched. And sometimes even after a number of years, it's not available at all. So this is something, these differences is something that is now being addressed. The question is what it will look like. In the end, I would like it to be motivational, not yet another regulation. There is very little time, and it's really at the 11th hour that the proposals to be submitted by the industry are viable, feasible, so that they can fulfill what Europe needs. So that availability for patients is guaranteed. Countries like France, Germany, Italy have declared their solidarity with the smaller member states, the weaker economies. So Europe will have a unified approach in that respect, and we should indeed follow that in greater detail, how to achieve that, so that it all doesn't end up with a complicated regulation that would only be added to the already existing regulations. So that should really resonate here today, that now it is the time when the solutions that could be applicable. So basically now it's the window of opportunity. It's a very narrow window of opportunity that we have to submit proposals, how to go about doing that. It's up to you how you'll handle that. And to conclude in brief, well, most of you were invited to the discussion that we opened around the EHDS, the European Health Data Space. The position of the Czech Republic is positive, so we'll basically take over from France. French colleagues have already opened that area, and we'll strive to go through a maximum of articles. And I must say that in the past 2 weeks, from a somewhat approach that was hesitant. Now this is changing, and people have realized that this is something that will make operation much more efficient. It will actually pose new challenges on how health data are handled in the Czech Republic and the whole Europe. So the Czech Republic is positive on the document. Positive stance. Our aim will be to negotiate maximum number of articles. I can't say whether we'll start with primary or secondary use of data, whether we'll move to a definition of individual categories, but undoubtedly it will be a crucial topic that we'll debate. And Mrs. Storová mentioned the blood, tissues and cells regulations, so a key theme again for our Minister of Health. The Czech Republic is a country, one of the few European countries that generate more plasma and blood products that it consumes, that it needs. So certainly going forward, we'll think about turning this into a competitive advantage for the Czech Republic as big as possible, but that will be scope of the debates for the weeks to come. Thank you very much for your attention. Jakub Dvořáček, thank you very much. And let me ask you a question in English.
Pharma strategy, particularly EU HDS, the mentioned one, will necessitate the collaboration of new networks of stakeholders. Who should be involved? Klidně česky.
Určitě bude a já si myslím, že
Undoubtedly, it will be, and the material is based on collaboration of the whole segment. So what Europe needs is that we have been speaking about sharing health data for the past 10 years. However, up until now, it was on a voluntary basis. So that's why we are where we are. And that's why many member states are only just starting digitization. So if the regulation is passed, then stakeholders won't have a choice. They'll need to fill their role. There are naturally some aspects that not everybody will like, and there are certain limitations of what the individual member states manage and do. And let me now share a position of the Ministry of Health with you. This is good, because if we leave too much leeway there, such an extensive project won't be feasible in Europe. So there will be forced collaboration in a way, but I believe it's a good way forward. Thank you very much.
Deputy Minister of Health of the Czech Republic, Jakub Dvořáček. Thank you for that. And I also welcome here Heike Prinz, the head of Pharma Commercial Operations EMEA and member of the Pharmaceuticals Executive Committee at Bayer, who is going to speak from the business point of view. We've heard the call to the business from Jakub Dvořáček, so now the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me and having me at this very important conference. I think the two-year pandemic that is now hopefully slowly behind us, but also I think the tragedy, the human tragedy we see unfolding from the war in Ukraine, I think have highlighted the critical role that the pharmaceutical industry plays, not only in society, but also in the European economy. We are the sector with the highest R&D investment to net sales, and our industry has, I think, proven over the last years that it is playing its part in times of need when it comes to innovation. Just to give you one example, in 2020 alone, our sector invested an estimated 39 billion euros in R&D in Europe. And also, I think our activities in Europe contributed about 100 billion euros directly to the European economy. So this highlights our strong contribution to the EU trade balance, and our industry also employs directly 800,000 people, including about 125,000 in R&D roles. And we generate 3 times more, roughly, employment indirectly. So against these figures, one can easily grasp why a thriving pharmaceutical sector is not only important to support resilience, health resilience of the population, but also growth, and therefore the competitiveness of our continent in the evolving global economy. However, Europe has had a very, very strong legacy in healthcare, but now recently it's losing also its pace to the US and also emerging economies like China. Just to give you one example, of all the medical discoveries between 2014 and 18, only 22% were from Europe, compared to almost 50% from the United States. This is exactly the opposite from what it was 25 years earlier. We all know the US has a long-standing culture of entrepreneurship, which provides the country with a very competitive edge. Between 1990 and 2017, R&D investment in Europe grew 4.5 times, while in the US, in the same time period, it grew more than 8 times. We all know biotech startups are looking for seed capital, are much more likely to find financing, and this is why you find them more in Boston or California than anywhere in the European Union. Also, China's innovation capabilities are expanding, and there is increasing competition in clinical trials, with the clinical trials conducted in Asia growing from 14% some 10 years ago to 34% in the year 2020. So that also offers patients in this part of the world greater access to innovative treatments even before they officially are being launched on the market. So unless policymakers act now, this downward trend in Europe will continue, and it will even accelerate in the context of fierce global competition for life science innovation. So we've all witnessed the transformative impact medical innovation can have in the lives of patients. And today, 2 out of 3 people diagnosed with cancer, for instance, they survive at least 5 years after their diagnosis. Medicines such as aspirin, but also beta blockers and statins led to a 75% reduction of myocardial infarction among high-risk individuals, just to give a few examples of what medical innovation has brought to society. What is more important looking forward is actually that we are at the cusp of a new era of medical advances, with breakthrough interventions like cell and gene therapies and mRNA technologies that we've gotten to know very well through the vaccines, have the potential to revolutionize the treatment paradigm in serious diseases like cancer, Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, and many other very severely debilitating diseases. Also, our company, being a European-based company, is investing heavily in the cell and gene therapy space. And just last month, we signed a memorandum of understanding with the state of Berlin and the Charité University Hospital to establish a translation center for cell and gene therapies, making it easier to translate basic early research into what hopefully will become commercially available products a few years down the road. So I think my fellow speakers have already highlighted the importance of having a good regulatory framework that supports innovation taking place in Europe. Because developing medicines, and I think Dr. Dvořáček has mentioned it, it takes a long time, is a highly risky process, and in fact, a lot of medicines that are developed fail. In fact, only 1 out of 10,000 compounds that gets discovered makes it to the market in the end. So a supportive policy environment that is required to make innovation in the pharmaceutical space happen should include an efficient and flexible regulatory framework, and we've heard about this before already, but also strong intellectual property rights, faster and more predictable patient access conditions, and also a research infrastructure that helps deliver the next generation of treatments and vaccines. The EU needs a more efficient, agile, and globally competitive regulatory framework to keep pace with advances in science. And we could learn from the COVID-19 crisis that we can be flexible in this regard, and we can be more nimble with things like rolling reviews, which I think should also become the mainstay of regulatory processes as we go forward. And all of that without compromising on the safety. We can also learn from other regions. If you look to the United States and you compare Europe to the United States, I think the regulatory review in the European Union with the EMA takes 150 days longer than with FDA. So I think specifically we need a very dynamic regulatory assessment process, allowing for more flexible pathways and also cutting-edge approaches like innovative clinical trial designs, if you think of adaptive clinical trials or flexible sample sizes in clinical trials, but also the use of real-world evidence in regulatory decision-making, plus the development of the associated IT infrastructure, like, for instance, cloud-based regulatory submissions. I already spoke about the importance of strong and predictable IP rights, and I think that's a very, very important issue for an industry that makes long-standing investments over long investment cycles. And I think that is where stable and strong IP protection is really, really important to set the right framework and incentives for innovation in the pharmaceutical sector to continue. Ensuring that patients get faster, more equitable and sustainable access to innovative treatments in Europe is a very common ambition, I think, that we share with patients, but also with policymakers. After marketing authorization, we see in the European Union there are very different speeds of access to new patients. The average time to reimbursement for innovative treatments in the European Union is 511 days. But that ranges from about 130 days in Germany to 622 days in the Czech Republic and all the way to almost 900 days in Romania. And within individual countries, there can also be differences because of delays on a local level. So several initiatives, we believe, could create the right environment to improve this. And that includes, for instance, a framework for equity-based tiered pricing to ensure that the price of innovative medicines can vary between countries depending on their economic level and their ability to pay, anchored in a principle of solidarity between the different member states. But also HTA bodies currently reach different conclusions on the value of new pharmaceutical as they use different methodologies. We as an industry support an efficient system of European assessments of relative efficacy at time of launch based on harmonized clinical data and also which avoids duplicative value assessments at a country level. From its part, the industry is committed to start pricing and reimbursement negotiations in each and every single European country for every centrally approved medicine at the very latest within 2 years of marketing authorization, but of course, ideally as quickly as possible because patients can't wait. Today, breaking the silos within the European research ecosystem is really imperative to remain competitive in the worldwide space. The pandemic has shone, I think, a very strong light on the importance of public and private partnerships to further scientific knowledge, but also to collectively tackle development barriers and to accelerate research. In this context, our industry will continue its investment in the newly developed Innovative Health Initiative to build on the progresses made by the Innovative Medicines Initiative, which was launched back in 2008. On the topic of preparedness, the recently set up European Health Emergency Preparedness and Response Authority, the HERA, will need to have the mandate and the necessary resources to define common research priorities, steer the investments, and coordinate public and private efforts to address future health threats and pandemics. Our industry supports building an operational European health data space that the Vice Minister has already mentioned, with clear rules of engagement for private and the public parties, and the development of clinical trial networks and sites, biobanks and data banks of appropriate quality to support the generation of data which is suitable for regulatory purposes. So in conclusion, the choices that we make today will define our innovation and our economic future, I believe. The EU Pharmaceutical Strategy presents a golden opportunity to help European scientists lead the next wave of discoveries that will once again change the world of medicine. As a reason, we can choose to innovate or stagnate. And if innovation happens, elsewhere, then high value, but also highly skilled jobs, research investments, and advanced manufacturing will move with it. By backing innovation and boosting access, we can achieve the joint ambitions laid out in the EU Pharmaceutical Strategy. And we can ensure Europe keeps on delivering world-class innovation to improve patient lives and to invest in a healthier future. Thank you very much for your attention.
And I thank you. That was Heike Prinz, who made a call from the business side. I think I have a good news from you because from Antonios Rodiadis at the beginning, we heard that very important is data, transparency, and simplification. Then it was said also by Jakub Dvořáček, the deputy minister, so hopefully it will go this way. But any guidance from the business, what helps or what is doable in the US and is not here in Europe that we could learn from them?
Well, I think I mentioned already biotech companies. A lot of innovation happens in academia and it happens in biotech. Oftentimes biotechs being spin-outs of universities. And I think translating this into commercially viable products, I think this is where the US has shown how this can be successfully done. And I think this is where Europe can probably do even more so, because it's not that there's not a lot of innovation happening in Europe, but how do you translate this all the way into a drug or a treatment that reaches the patient? That I think is very important. And since you mentioned data, I think we will have to move even more so towards outcomes-based treatment. So we need to really make sure that the treatment that we give to patients delivers the outcome that we want. And for that, having data and understanding the outcome is really, really important. And I think we do have a lot of data. We sit on a lot of data, but the data is often not connected. It's not organized in a way that we can draw these conclusions.
Thank you, thank you. That was Heike Prinz. And I think now at the beginning we've set a lot of topics that we'll go through in the following workshops more in detail. Where are the weaknesses and strengths of current legislation, how to speed up the entry of innovation, and much more. After the coffee break, we'll have two separate panels or workshops, one focusing on pharmaceutical regulatory framework, trying to answer the question how to make Europe attractive, will take place here in the meeting hall, and will be moderated by Sini Escola, the Director for Regulatory Strategy at FPA. Welcome. Next to her, we have another moderator of the workshop number 3, Ansgar Hebborn from Roche, who will be taking part in workshop number 1 as a panelists, so welcome as well. And the second workshop I mentioned after the coffee break will take place in Freeland Lounge and will focus on local barriers to market access and their causes. Both start at 11:15. So after a short coffee break, we should meet either here in the main hall or sorry, it's a meeting hall, or in the Freeland Lounge. So bon appetit and meet you in 15 minutes.
So good morning, colleagues. Maybe in the interest of time, we should kick off. I have prepared a few introduction slides, so those would be a bit of a repetition. So if we are joined by someone a little bit later, that wouldn't matter. So first of all, thank you for AIFP. Thank you for the Committee on Health of the Senate of the Parliament for inviting FPA also to be part of this important conference. My name is Sini Escola, and I work in the European Federation of Pharmaceutical Industries and Association as a Director for Regulatory Strategy. And FPA is the European trade association representing the global innovative industry, and indeed AIFP is our national member association who we very closely collaborate with. And what could be the more interesting times now, looking at the pharmaceutical legislation, than the launch of the EU Pharma Strategy in 2020 and looking at the different legislative packages that are now up for evaluation and revision. So this session today, which we hope will be a little bit interactive as well, we'll look at how to make Europe attractive and what role does the EU regulatory framework in fact play in it. We have now a little bit mixed panel. It's a hybrid one because we are joined by Tony Humphreys, Head of Regulatory Science and Innovation Task Force from the European Medicines Agency. So Tony is online in Zoom and he should be able to actually see us. And once we move to the panel discussion, we will, there he is, Tony. We can see you also here in a Senate building. So welcome very much. We also have Ansgar Hebern, a colleague from FBA working for Roche and heading the FBA HTA working group and working on the European access area. So we're going to have interesting perspective presented by Ansgar. And then gladly, we are able to continue with the gentleman here. So Mr. Kaus, chairperson of the Committee on Health of Czech Republic. We also have Jakub Čvoracek, Deputy Ministry of Health. Thanks for joining us. And perhaps later, the head of the State Institute of Drug Control, Mrs. Storova. And so without further ado, let me have a few introductory slides. I was asked by a colleague from the National Association to outline a few key points, firstly from innovative pharmaceutical industry point of view, where the panelists could then react, and audience can also react to. And otherwise, it is a bit of the summary of the momentum that we're living at the moment. A bit of a refresher of the earlier speakers' presentation. So that's maybe for the benefit, Tony, as well, if you just joined us for this session. So we heard multiple times the colleagues saying in the earlier session, it all starts with patient and science, and what we try to do, why we have medical research and pharmaceutical industry implementing it together with the academia and other stakeholders is that we want to bring something to the patient. We want to address those medical needs, often unmet medical needs, where there is a lack of adequate authorized medicine that could prevent or even cure these days their illness. And it is an interesting concept. We discussed with Jakub, we need to discuss more about it because we heard that Czech Republic will be leading the dialogue on that. It's a key aspect and concept that spins around when we look at how the pharmaceutical legislation will be revised. Will there be a modulated approach to unmet medical need? I must tell that from the innovative industry point of view, we see that absolutely not as a binary concept. Innovation is a circular one where it evolves, and over the time, the one's unmet medical need can change. So how to address that is a interesting one, and industry stays really ready to contribute to that discussion from the perspective of the innovators. And of course, scientific clues, technology, data, infrastructure, and the collaboration between the stakeholders to address those needs is super important. We heard Heike Prinz from Bayer outlining how the pipeline looks like. It looks actually quite exciting. So it's not a matter that innovation would not happen. It happens. The question is EU attractive enough to make the innovation happen in our region? Today, almost 50% of the development pipelines are those that are truly the new innovative medicines. 40 of them is more directed to the rare diseases, orphan diseases. And I guess that is the trend as well, that we need to go to smaller populations where, where there are, by definition, lower incidence rates for such a disease. So how do we support that innovation is the question. Here, for your interest, just about that, are we currently addressing the unmet medical needs? So here you see the summary of the pipeline composition, which types of therapeutic areas it currently addresses, and what kind of therapeutics are coming there. Remember that this innovation has started 10 years ago, decades ago, or more than decades ago, and now hopefully some of these treatments will see the daylight. And that's one of the key points when thinking about the future-proof regulation. We don't know how those therapies will look like in 10, 20, or 30 years. So what is really important is that we have a flexibility and agility in the regulatory framework to allow that innovation come to the market, as it currently does. But of course, there are bottlenecks, and a few words about that actually later. Heike also said there is a downward trend in Europe to actually produce that innovation. We don't compete currently with the US at all. How to turn that trend upwards is a matter of policy decisions that we actually make. And because it does matter, over 650,000 people were in Europe getting treatment for innovative products in the past years. It's an important sector which needs the boost and also needs the support from policy and legislative decisions. Unlocking and de-risking is important to accelerate the science. We need to optimize and modernize the regulatory practices and processes. We heard that multiple times, and that's great because it seems that there the stakeholders truly are united and trying to find those key measures, those that will move the needle to make European system competitive. And of course, we need some policy pools and looking to the patient-centric innovation. Innovation ecosystem is super complex, and again, for the panelists, think about it when we're going to discuss about how to make Europe attractive. It's a matter of multiple different elements, societal, economic, regulatory, legal, etc. So all of this should work optimally together. We have the momentum. We have fantastic initiatives that support research and development in Europe. For instance, Horizon Europe framework till 2027. Multiple times we outlined the new regulation of the European health data space. It's a unique of its kind, and it should not be at all let without attention. It will connect to the health data in an unprecedented way in EU and will help EU to become more competitive in itself. And we have the pharmaceutical strategy for the first time in Europe. When we first saw the pharmaceutical strategy and the key elements in that quite a complex document, it was like everything. We were like, what kind of a shopping list did they put together? But on the other hand, when you start looking the elements there, of course, they have their background that can be justified. So are the incentives as they should be in Europe? Will conditionality of them make a difference? That's the question. Of course, you can answer, you can guess what the innovative pharmaceutical industry believes on that matter, because the incentives and IP framework are the core for driving the investments, the capitals, venture capitals to the area, so it plays a huge role. Digital initiatives, not only the European health data space, but the use of reward data and evidence. How about transparency of different kinds of elements? Can we increase it? But what does it matter? Transparency in itself is not a measurement. It must bring us something better. Environmental sustainability, etc. So out of all of these things, we could see, and that was nicely outlined by the Commission speaker, Antonios Rodiadis, in his previous intervention, it kind of boils down to 4 kind of categories: supporting competitive, innovative industry, ensuring strong EU voice globally. We heard about global convergence, super important, enhancing resilience and delivering to patients by fulfilling their unmet medical needs. A few words about, and then I will stop, about how the European innovative industry came about looking and analyzing the current regulatory framework. So we did quite an exercise of exploring with our members and asking about case studies on a certain areas which were agreed to be prioritized and where some changes should and ought to happen, actually. Some of them legislative, some of them non-legislative. So looking really, we need to look at the current trends of the new medicines, what is coming and how does the regulation need to support their path for the patient? What's the connection to the HTA at the same time? Global comparisons are important, and the regulatory systems through methodologies can be compared and seen, for instance, the timelines are varying quite a lot between the regions. We looked at the European Medicines Network workload and the complexity of the decision-making. Regulators under huge pressure. There was Brexit and then there was COVID, so it's been incredible how they've been able to support the vaccine assessment, but also other new medicines, and keep up their capacity to the certain level. But I think it's in stretch, and it could be time to look at it, how we can help the regulators, whether it's by directing more finances to them in a way or another, or doing something for the ways of working. Global regulatory assessment collaborations are important. I mentioned use of data. Electronic product information, again, an area which can truly transform Europe towards more digital era. And then there are certain classes of products like drug-device combinations where there are gaps in the assessment pathway currently, and we might be able to bridge them if we make smart policy suggestions. So here are a few things from FBA suggestion. How could we act now? What can we do on a non-legislative way? You can see the list there on the left side. And then prominently looking into the legislative changes, we believe that by certain changes in the legislation, we should support expert-driven decision-making and swifter decision-making by doing some structural changes, how the EU network is currently structured. We should optimize the use of expedited pathways framework. Maybe PRIME has a place in regulation. Maybe a rolling review should be there as well for crisis situation. The fact about new types of products, 25 of them of the pipeline, 25% of the pipeline are drug-device combinations, so that is an area where we would like to see the change. And facing the paper pill, facing, with the emphasis of facing, you can't switch from one day to another, but moving towards electronic PI will mean that the legislative hurdle currently there needs to be removed to allow it to its full extent. So, with that, it matters where the innovation takes place, right? So I would like now to ask our panelists for a little intervention, just to as an introduction from all of you, and then we can move on for the discussion. And by the way, there is a Slido, as we were told in the beginning. I managed to capture the number of it, so it's 229596. If you go to slido.com, 229596, and you can put there a question. I can't read Czech, unfortunately, so please do it in English and we can pick the question, or you can use your microphone. But Tony, with this, would you mind telling a little bit about how the European Medicines Agency has taken part in the evaluation of the pharmaceutical legislation, and what kind of priorities do you see from European Medicines Agency point of view?
Yeah, many thanks, Cindy. I don't know, can I just do a sound check? You can hear me okay and see me okay?
Very well, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, and apologies not to be there with you in person, but it's a great pleasure to be invited to talk about this topic. And I'll go a little broader, if you don't mind, Cindy, just to kick off. And the topic is about the attractiveness of Europe, you know, and fundamental point for me, Europe is always an attractive place because it's the largest economy in the world. We've got over 440 million citizens, consumers, if you wish. We have an incredible open economy, and we have brilliant transparency on our rules and regulations, not just in the pharmaceutical industry, but right across all the other technical sectors as well. So as a market, Europe is always an attractive proposition, and long may it stay so. But what you then mentioned was it matters where the innovation takes place, and I couldn't agree with you more. It's a very important challenge that we want to, Europe as a region wants to remain attractive for the research and development of medicines and indeed medtech more generally. And it's vitally important to be engaged in that ambition. It's shown as a strategic capability, and never more so done in response to the ongoing COVID-19 sort of crisis. But we managed to survive that in the sort of era of globalization, very long supply chains of essential medicines, PPE, etc. But it was a major wake-up call, not just in Europe, but globally, when you see then the consequential economic impact and of course then the more immediate health impact and the tragedy of what's happened with COVID. In terms of the response, quite apart from a really brilliant science and technology response, be it a review, new vaccines, therapeutics, etc., we've had the political response with regards to a whole float of regulations with a sort of more European dimension with regards to the health threat challenge, cross-border health threats. We've had the extended mandate both of the European Medicines Agency, ECDC, and the establishment of HERA with a very interesting budget to get involved right across the whole life cycle of, you know, stimulating, identifying sort of measures, countermeasures to the various health threats as and when they emerge. And we can even take, for example, monkeypox. You know, people are wondering, well, what can we do about monkeypox? Where are the supplies of smallpox vaccines around the world? That is a real discussion happening live today. But at least now we're investing, I think, in the structures and the capabilities to do a good job on that in the European region. And that will depend vitally on innovative companies, innovative developers designing and making those countermeasures available. But that's only one subset, and that sort of springboards into the wider picture, which you mentioned already, and I believe you had the talk from Anthony earlier on session, and that is, how do you evolve a regulatory framework to accommodate all of these advances in science and technology? And I mean, science and technology, it's unstoppable, and that's a great thing, but we cannot, and that's a message to us all, we cannot afford to ever rest on our laurels and think that a framework that was designed in the last century, you know, 80s and 90s, can be fit for the future. And indeed, that's what the process that we're going through now with regards to the pharma strategy sort of reflection. And feeding into that, a number of years ago, we as a network of regulators had a regulatory science strategy that we evolved into the network strategy. And that was very much co-designed with a whole series of our stakeholders saying, guys, what are the important topics for us to invest to sort of evolve that ecosystem such that Europe does remain an attractive place for R&D in the pharmaceutical space. And that really is a multi-year delivery with regards to the changes that need to be made and the responses that need to be put in place. But certainly the strategic reflection is a work in progress in terms of its delivery, and it will feed in very nicely and be complementary with the more legislative reflection that the Pharma Review then will deliver, with proposals, I believe, emerging by the end of this year. However, That's only one element with regards to evolving the regulatory framework. You mentioned another one, which is the Horizon Europe. I mean, here we have one of the biggest research investment pots on research and innovation in the world, and there is it is very stimulating to our wonderful universities, and indeed, even with international collaborations in tackling some of the really big challenges on a global scale, and that includes in the health space as well. So, there's an impressive amount of money that's been put into that program, and it's vitally important that we actually steer its direction in terms of what it gets spent on. You mentioned already the European health data space, and I think that's going to play out in our area quite importantly in the years to come, and I'll finish on that. So far, I've described a number of the supply sort of things that we need to get right in terms of innovation. But on the demand side, and it's quite right to focus on that, because there is no access to the patients unless they truly get their hands on the medicine. So availability and access is right for us to be reflecting on as a system. And indeed, the value proposition of medicines, and indeed medtech more generally, is a very legitimate question to be asking. However, I do find it somewhat insulting to the intelligence to say that this is a new idea. The value proposition of medicines has been, I've been 40 years in the business, and I believe it's always been about a value proposition, and that value not just in terms of economic measures, but about what patient needs, what healthcare professionals need in order to administer a better health service and a health delivery system. So we can always challenge ourselves about what the value of anything that we've approved medicines over the last 40 years are, and that's a legitimate discussion. But the idea that we were developing things that consciously had no purpose or no value added, I think that is a mistaken position from the beginning. However, what I will be very happy to concede is that often the development industry can cluster their efforts in one or more areas, and we have areas of neglect, and not just the orphan sort of diseases, the rare diseases. There can be many big other areas, antimicrobial being one, Alzheimer's and Parkinson's hard nut to crack because the science is difficult. And how do we then, as a regulatory system, or as an economic system even, how do we introduce the incentives to redirect that research and development such that solutions innovation emerge in those areas? I think that is a very legitimate debate to be having at the moment. And that then lends into the reflection on the orphan legislation, the pediatric legislation, even the whole data exclusivity reflection, the balance between, follow-on competition, generics and biosimilars, which we led the world on opening up a pathway for 15 years ago. And it does end up in, and I think this is where it connects to the, infrastructure investment in the health data space and things like real-world evidence and the Darwin EU project. I think we have the ability now to answer the question about that value proposition, not just at the primary moment of authorization, which you might think that we're particularly concerned with coming from the European Medicines Agency, but also about what the value of those products are as they're rolled out into the rather messy world of the real-life clinic, and what the real return on in terms of the value of those interventions, the effectiveness and their safety profile in various subpopulations. I think that's going to be greatly enabled by the real-world evidence type area, and that's something to look forward to in the future. But it will be a challenge to us collectively as a regulatory system as how do we update, how do we respond to this very high volume of absolutely critical information regarding the real-world use of medicines. And with that, I think that's probably more than enough for me, Cindy, but very happy to participate in the panel Q&A thereafter. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tony. Very good to hear your thoughts about it, and please remember to put your questions down so you can directly ask Tony as well. Ansgar, maybe we move on to you, because Tony left the discussion exactly on the point where it's good for you to start as an HDA expert. So what do you think will be important?
May I ask you to hand over the...
Absolutely. Yes.
I think biomedical innovation is a global endeavor. It's a global endeavor. And I think we heard Tony Humphries clearly articulating that Europe is a key contributor to this. I think this European ecosystem that you described is a key driver of global biomedical innovation. And this has to be going forward, has to be the case. I think the world needs European innovation or contribution to the innovation space. The face of biomedical innovation looks different. I think we heard about many more integrated technologies, combined technologies that reach a certain stage in development. Regulatory science, a field that I'm not sure we really have in our space of access or HTA, but regulatory science, largely driven out of Europe, has shown how regulation, how regulatory pathways can look different and can do more for patients, for certain patients to have earlier access. I think we need this ongoing evolution of the regulatory system, and certainly the pharmaceutical legislation review is an opportunity to do more to strengthen this European contribution. As an access specialist, which is my territory, I also think that there's an equally important need for stakeholders to come together and address the identified access challenges and barriers that we have out there. We clearly heard that the pharmaceutical strategy has as a key driver this ask for more timely availability, access, and affordability. And we believe as industry that we need to make tangible progress now. We should use this pharmaceutical strategy concept to go forward and to address these challenges. This slide here shows the weight indicator results. FBA is producing, it's the industry association in Europe that produces for more than 15 years an overview of the time that it takes, and here on this slide, the gap of availability. It's not that we as industry hide this. No, we bring it to the table and we believe it's big time to address these challenges. On the left side, you see the green column of the EMA centrally authorization process. So all of these products are authorized. And when you then look and go to the right on this slide, you see a progressively lower and lower availability of this cohort of products which has been authorized in the last, I think, 4 to 5 years. When you look at the countries, yeah, you would assume affordability is a key driver of why this looks like this, why there is less and less green on these bars and less products are available. But when you stay in the left side of this column, you see also countries where you think, why are they there? Why are there these short green bars? Germany is the country where I live in, happily, luckily here. It's a country where we have broad availability of new medicines from day one, you could say. There's serious price negotiations, affordability is a topic in Germany as well. But there's access from day one for a large cohort of products here. And then it tapers off. And we find countries that are more wealthy than Germany that don't have to be there. They can, I think not easily, it's a political challenge, but they can afford a situation like in Germany. That's possible. So the challenges that you see on the left side are not necessarily affordability constraints, but there's others. And when you look at, I hope it's this. Yeah, when you look at the reasons or the presumed reasons for why these differences exist, you see it's more than one. It's not just affordability. I think there is the question about the regulatory approval process, Europe competing with other countries. But then when you go forward, it's really about pre-approval, pre-reimbursement, pre-authorization mechanisms for early access in their countries, which differ significantly. It's administrative barriers to introduce the process. Some countries wait for other countries before you can formally introduce the process of pricing and reimbursement. There's a very different timing in health systems that it takes to come to conclusions. There are misaligned evidence, expectations, and requirements between countries and stakeholders. There's a misalignment on value and price. There's a key question about how much choice, product choice, is required. I think countries come to very different conclusions, and legitimately come to different conclusions, but it explains also why availability may be reduced. There's a question of available budget for the implementation of pricing and reimbursement processes. There is the complementary capacity and capabilities that you need in a health system. And sometimes it's really different layers in a country that lead to certain delays. But all of this together with decisions that companies take. So this is not just health systems that have challenges. It's ultimately the decision also of companies to not file the product, to ultimately not launch the product in a country. It's this convolute of challenges that we need to address. And we should really start. We should use initiatives like the Pharmaceutical Strategy with all its flagship initiatives to get to the core of these issues. Now, that's an EU initiative. It really requires a lot of action and tangible cooperation between stakeholders in countries to address, identify, and resolve these issues. We believe that there's multiple reasons that need to be addressed, as explained earlier. And I really would caution us to use regulation instruments like the Pharma Legislation Review to attempt to address challenges somehow, magically, from an EU level, and then hope that it really leads to the right impact. An earlier resolution of pricing and reimbursement challenges, access barriers, budget barriers, and these solutions. We share the goal of equal and more timely access, but we really think we should go to the root causes and address the issue there. So we cannot simply address this with a review of the legislation. I think it was Jakub earlier who spoke about regulation, over-regulation, there's under-regulation, there's misregulation, sometimes just choosing the wrong instruments to achieve a certain objective. And so we should be cautious when we pick the instruments, but clearly the time is now to do something. This is what we as industry are committed to do. Certainly there is a commitment, you've heard about this, Heike Prinz earlier this morning mentioned this, there is a commitment from our end to bring products forward in the form of pricing and reimbursement submissions in a more timely manner across EU member states. But we will also use this to track progress with pricing and reimbursement processes and the challenges that we have, so that we can have a dialogue that's much more rooted in the causes of what the barrier is driven by, and then to address it from there. There is the issue of affordability. I think clearly we've seen that a certain grouping of countries, that's not unexpected, obviously, in an economically diverse environment as Europe. I think it is a massive effort required to ensure that patients in Bulgaria or Romania have the same chance to have access to the highly innovative medicines as individuals in Germany, Denmark, Sweden, the richest parts of Europe. Somehow we have to bridge this gap. Our proposal is to look into opportunities to differentiate prices in a more systematic and sustainable manner. We've made a proposal for equity-based tiered pricing, which warrants discussion in order to work on and establish the prerequisites that make this possible and make it sustainable. There's innovative payment and pricing models, and I've heard quite a bit here about the Czech Republic. There is discussions about using such models, and this is in many countries. It's not in all countries. I think there is an interesting question, why is not all of Europe realizing these different pipelines that warrant different solutions, often with real-world evidence on the outcomes or on the use of these innovative medicines. And obviously, and we'll hear about this, we are very much committed to work on the implementation of the EU HTA regulation, because we believe this is one instrument that can help to bring Europe closer together in the sense that we are looking for. So we put out these statements, these commitments here as a reciprocal ask, because we really we cannot achieve this unilaterally. We need to work with member states all across Europe to ensure that we remove these barriers that we, I think, jointly share and have identified. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ansgar. And it's indeed, to make a region attractive, it means you enhance something and, on the other hand, remove the barriers. So what you were discussing is about barriers, removing those. I would then like to ask our Czech colleagues, Mr. Klaus and Mr. Tvoracek, what do you see are the bottlenecks in the current pharmaceutical regulatory framework?
Okay. So maybe I can start, and my colleague Roman Kraus can continue. Or Roman, if you want to start it?
Yeah, no.
Yep. Okay. You know, what stays in my head is the last slide. Yeah, the last slide about the tier pricing, about the portal, and some, let's say, voluntary stuff to organize, you know, the launches in the Europe. And to be honest, you know, I think you know, the industry will have to come with more executable things. Yeah, the tier pricing. If I imagine, if we are talking about the availability of the products, you know, in the Europe, if I imagine that in the area where all the referencing system works, in the vast, diverse environment, where the reimbursement differ, the way of contributions differ, are you talking about the tier pricing, two level of prices, you know, in the Europe? It will be very difficult, you know, to implement it and find a way, you know, how to achieve, you know, some kind of stable pricing in Europe. I mean, the intention is definitely good to somehow reflect, you know, the power of the economic power of the countries and possibility for, let's say, the countries without this economic power to also get, you know, the price which they can reimburse for the patient. But practically, it's very difficult for me to imagine. I remember the time, and some of my colleagues who are sitting here were around already those days, when we tried to see this web of interconnection of pricing in the Europe. In day one, the price here influenced the price in Germany, the price in Austria, then the price in Austria influencing the price in Scandinavia, etc., etc. In 1 week or in 1 month, you are in an absolutely different environment, pricing environment than at the beginning. So to imagine, you know, how this will work, it's very difficult. But, you know, I just don't want to justify, because I didn't see the details, you know, the way of implementation. But the discussion about the pricing and potential better availability through the different setup of reimbursement will be definitely on the table. And the only question is if this is, you know, the way, you know, how to do it. And the same, and we discussed it with Natalie already months ago, you know, about the portal. It's nice, but the FPA represent only the part of the market. And to be honest, you know, it's representing the companies which have less problems than the companies who are not the member of the association. And I remember that, you know, from all those discussions which we had here in the Czech Republic. At the moment, when you talk about some voluntary contribution to any portal, and for the companies and I'm talking especially about the companies, the small biotech companies, I mean US-based, but also, you know, from other parts of the world, which are represented in one country in Europe. They are not in any association, but their products, you know, are same necessary, you know, as the products from the big companies. So how you include, you know, those who are not the member, you know, I mean, those voluntary things and portals are really a good idea, but it only affects the part of the situation. And, you know, the perspective, you know, of the situation in the Europe. The first what was addressed here was the situation about the dropping of let's say share of the R&D done here in the Europe and the US. It's obvious, that it's a trend which is, for years. And we'll have to find a way, how to reverse, the situation. The question mark is, if the US investing more and more, and the Europe is just, not investing, let's say, the same speed, same increase, like the US. But another question which were raised, and it's, I'm not telling it's my perspective, is, how to ensure that the results of R&D, where we invest heavily for years, then are produced here in the Europe. You can see that there is a lot of investment, a lot of public money, and there are a number of let's say, university spin-off, and a number of other, let's say, they're not the real companies, but those, which comes, from the academic sector, and then they are purchased by the big pharma, and then the final production is go somewhere else. And we see the example in the US. US doesn't have this free ride market. If you use the public money in the US, then you are binded for a certain time to produce in the US. If you go to Israel, which is also the country where all those things are raising very quickly during it's like a startup country, yeah, in the Israel. But in the Israel again, if you use the public money, then you have let's say duties which you have to reflect, to produce it on the ground of Israel for a certain time. And I'm not saying, it's something, which Europe have to follow, but the investment is huge, and we see now that not everything stays here, and the European citizens who pays from their money, their taxes, to Horizon program, they have to be ensured, that what they invest through the Horizon will then materialize, in the benefit which they have done. And it's very similar situation like Czech Republic and this plasma production. Yeah, here in the Czech Republic, we produce much more plasma than we use. Yeah, but we don't have any right and any rule to ensure that the product which are made from the plasma generated here in the Czech Republic, and it's only 4 countries in Europe who really generated more than they use. We don't have any special right to get the treatment which is then done, with the plasma is coming from here. And this is the discussion which I believe, will resonate in a number of countries. So the investment needs to continue. It needs to reflect, the cooperation between big pharma and R&D. But we will also have to think, how to ensure that all those, outputs in the future will, let's say, be more tied, to the countries which invest. That's one. What I would love to mention it. And the second is definitely the speed which we need to give you, to manage the clinical trials. And we see that in certain cases we are already able to do it. So why not to have a much faster review of the new molecules coming, like this rolling review and let's say the information which the companies provides to EMA during the time to get it more and more faster access through this review and evaluation. And you mentioned it also the joint assessment, and that is again something where we probably missed the opportunity, because if I remember properly, the joint assessment is only, let's say, it's not mandatory. Yeah. So I mean the countries can then think about the different comparator, and again we are in certain environment, and I mean the intention were great to have it once for all, but then again it was, let's say, it stops the opportunities for countries to review again and again. So I mean, in both sides, we need to see, how to solve the situation and practically address the things which you need to change as the industry. And again, I mean, we need to address, in all transparency and clarity, what we as Europe wants to achieve it, to have the industry in the Europe, to have the industry which is strong, but on the other hand, to also ensure that the way how Europe benefits from the presence of industry really works in connection with funding.
Thank you, Jakob. And then Mr. Kraus, you said in the opening speech that legislative review is beyond production and manufacturing, and it needs both non-legislative and legislative changes. So which are the key things that you would like to see in the...
Tak musím říci, že Jakub Dvořáček...
I have to say that Jakub Dvořáček talked in a very complex way. I will focus on the legislation part. A couple of months ago, an amendment of the public health law was approved, and we had a vast discussion in the Senate here. The law makes it possible to authorize, to register and approve new innovative therapies, and of course availability, faster availability for our patients. On the other hand, now the processes and mechanisms are only being implemented. Patients' organizations play an important role in the decision-making process, and I have to say very openly that health insurance companies do not have too much experience with that. So the mechanism was not known to them, and they are now learning how to deal with that. This new law came into effect on the 1st of January this year, so the experience is less than 6 months. We are simply learning how to handle it, how to manage the system. And what it makes possible is to give faster access or availability to our patients. My colleague talks about pricing. Again, there are huge discussions with the health insurance companies, although they are not presented publicly. The discussion is about what our system of public health can afford, considering its structure. So how we can find financial sources to make all the new therapies available to our patients. Gene therapy, for example. But, you know, for our patients, this therapy would mean 50 million Czech crowns per year. Then it was not very easy before the pandemic, but after the pandemic and with the war in the Ukraine, it is even more difficult. Anyway, our system is able to deal with that. Maybe in the future we will have to adopt some not very popular decisions and measures, but definitely we want to find a good solution and address the implementation of new therapies in practical medicine.
And Tony, you could not hear the translation. We all have here simultaneous, but Mr. Kraus was telling about amendment of public health law and how it has been around the patient and patient organizations' involvement, as well as taking into account the health insurance companies' contribution to that. And then, of course, due to the crisis, COVID crisis and the Ukrainian war, the health budget are shrinking. So it is a difficult situation for many countries, but you were positive and think that you will nevertheless be able to contribute to the public health in the future as well. Could we have a few questions from the audience now to wrap up the session? Anything that you would like to ask any of our panelists? Perhaps Tony in Amsterdam, you are still there if there are any questions for him. Anybody? Any panelist would like to ask a question from each other? Tony, I have a question then for you. Jakob particularly said that maybe the revision of the pharmaceutical legislation should look at the speedier assessment. How do you see that, and how could we make a speedier assessment through centralized procedure, for instance, happen? What are the tools there that could be introduced now with the revision of the pharma legislation?
Oh, I mean, it's direct. I mean, if the desire is to speed up the assessment and whether it's all products, because bearing in mind we have a unified system, including, you know, generics, herbals, over-the-counters, etc., as well as the innovative medicines. But if there was a desire to speed up innovative medicines in particular, of course, the time frame could be redefined in the legislation. The basic day is 210 days standard, which is 7 months, and the fast track is 150, which is, well, 5. Of course, that could be cut down. What's not addressed at all explicitly in the legislation is the clock stop for industry, a bit like the chess match. So if we had the appetite to introduce a sort of a restricted period on that, of course, then the total review time would fall accordingly. But be careful with what you wish for, because on occasion, often we are generous with the clock stops, particularly for the more innovative products like ATMPs, etc., where the actual challenges are genuinely that more difficult. I also think the focus on you know, the primary evaluation, yes, it's part of the chain of events, but downstream with regards to both the health technology assessment and then further down with regards to the pricing and reimbursement discussions, albeit there are standard timeframes for those in the legislation, we all know that they are more honoured by the breach than by the keeping, and we really got to understand that as a collective if we want to improve that picture, that very, very skewed picture in Europe, which I think we all have a genuine ambition to do so. But I mean, if you want to focus in on centralised procedure, we can of course tighten up. If the legislators saw fit, we could put in tighter timeframes that would oblige even faster reviews, as well as maybe some elements of pre-submission contact, a different type of review with regards, let's say, I don't want to say rolling because that's used in the emergency of a pandemic, a 24/7 type assessment, but certainly we could do, I think we could do a lot with the stepped or phased review with elements of the dossier, quality, non-clinical, phase 1, etc., that are mature years before the submission ever is made. Over.
Thank you very much. Anybody from the panel want to react to that? Ansgar?
Not directly to this. I would have a question to Jakob. I think the challenge with the different levels of affordability in Europe is real. It exists. What could we do then? Or should we address it at all? Or should we say it's just too complicated? The practices of reference pricing and parallel trade, that's too complicated to overcome? Or how do you see this? Oh, sorry.
Of course, it's complicated. Of course, it's something, you know, what it's not easy to solve. On the other hand, we have to do every steps, you know, to move it to the, let's say, system which will be then more acceptable, especially for the patient. I mean, at the end, it's not about the industry or about the regulator. It's about the patient and their access to the treatment. And yeah, in some countries, it could be the financial issue. That's, I mean, yes, the discussion about the tier pricing then could be fine. But then it's also about the way, you know, how the products are reimbursed. Yeah? If there is the private contribution, if it is like fully covered, you know, from the state budget, etc. And I think, you know, I mean, the Europe doesn't have the intention in the past to influence the health policies of national countries. But after those 2 years of COVID, I believe, you know, this is something what step by step start to change. Yeah. And of course, I mean, it's too ambitious to say, okay, that in certain time we could have, let's say, the one system which will help to manage the access of the patient. But I'm coming back, you know, what some of our colleagues already experienced, you know, when we try to manage, you know, the full access of the patients, all in the Europe, and it works. It was not really something, you know, what was done easily. There was a lot of, let's say, complication, but that was possible to talk together, the European countries, to the industry, to the certain companies or company, to find a way, you know, how to manage the access of the patient in one time to everybody. And the small countries really benefit a lot, you know, from what happened. Yeah, I mean, if there will be, you know, the Chancellor Merkel those days, it will probably not happen, but it happened. And it shows that in certain conditions, this is possible. I'm not talking about the joint procurement. It's too complicated, and it's already shows, you know, it's not possible to achieve it easily, like in Valletta program or the Beneluxa, all those others which try to procure jointly. This is too complicated. It's too complicated, but to talk together about the conditions, to talk together about the way, you know, how to manage the access of patients, it's possible. There is still a long way to get, you know, to the state when everybody will be happy. We can see that there is now a number of countries unhappy in what was agreed, but this is something, you know, what 4 years ago nobody can imagine. It's possible. So it's probably also possible to find a way, you know, how to manage the access to certain treatment all around Europe, and especially I'm talking about the small group of patients. Because if you see where is the big problem, especially at the moment when you have a small producer, to go to the country with 2 million population, economically, it's not really something what will work. Yeah. So we can see the delays, you know, based on that. So I believe, you know, this could be the discussion of coming years to find a way, you know, how to do it, not just in emergency situation, but in certain situation when we really see there is a need of patient. And I mean, the industry talks about the patient, regulators talks about the patient. We are all talking about the patient. So we probably have to really find a way, you know, how to do it.
I think that's a very nice positive note, but we don't end there because we actually got a question from the audience. So that shall be the last one. And it's a bit tricky because it's for you. And Adriana Benova would like to know what your recommendations are to an organization like FPA and of course the national organization AIFP in this moment when EU is looking at the pharma strategy. So Czech Republic will have a presidency in the council. What would you recommend us to provide to you, or what would you need from the innovative industry in this next half a year and beyond?
I think it's just the personal feeling, and I'm only 4 months in this you know challenge. But what we can see here in the Czech Republic is that the government, and not just the government, but also the regulator, talks to industry. I mean, we are sitting here in the Senate, which shows, you know, that this is a normal way of communication. But if the industry wants to succeed, you know, to manage any change, in every country like Czech Republic, there needs to be the same way of dialogue, which takes time. It's not easy to achieve it. But I mean, the FPA as a European association has 27, I don't know how many, 27 national associations. And if those associations will have the same dialogue, which is maintained here, I believe, you know, the FPA and the discussion with EMA, with the DG Sante, and with a number of other key bodies in Europe will be much easier, which is not happening. And let's say my experience from last 4 months, the dialogue is not really working. Okay. And it's pity. I mean, it's not, and it's not just a pharma. Don't take it as the message just for the pharma. It's the automotive industry. You see, you know, how the industry somehow has a very big issue, you know, to manage the communication with the authorities like Commission. How it is possible that the Europe as a key producer of cars has, you know, the policies which kills the industry? There needs to be found, you know, the way of balance all those things. The same it is with pharma. Yeah?
That's a really good point, and I think we absolutely understand that recommendation, and are trying our best to collaborate with national associations in order to have this dialogue. So congrats for the Czech Republic of actually having such a vivid dialogue ongoing all the time. And we hope, of course, from our side, towards the regulators, towards the EU Commission, towards the national governments, that you have an open ear when we come and want to talk. Did you want to complement your question?
Eva Karásková, MSD Czech Republic. Let me just remark some of the highlights that the Deputy Minister mentioned in his speech. I think majority of us in the audience very much like to hear let's say, the cautious of the ministry to jump into any new regulations, which is exactly one of the causes that the European Union is not much compatible with the rest of the global markets. And bearing in mind the time frame of the new legislation that will be tabled by the Commission at the end of this year, would you, Jakub, share some of the ideas that you have or the ministry have in mind, how to help to prepare the discussions at the Council on the revision of the legislation? I mean, do you plan any informal discussions on the key topics that would come for the discussion later on, like you mentioned the unmet medical needs, or any kind of ideas a part of the process at EMA which could streamline the regulatory framework and help the Union to become more compatible and sustainable? Thank you.
I think the main question is about the timing. When it should be open to the general public discussion, and I prefer the way we did it just recently with European Health Data Space. So at the moment we see the draft position, which came, from the EU. Then we can have the wide discussion on the level of all those who are somehow influenced by this new regulation. Yeah. So because what I can see now, it's in very early stage. I mean, all those intentions. I mean, we can have the discussion about the unmet medical need for, let's say, next 2 months, and we'll probably not find easily the definition and the way how to deal with it. So I believe there are a number of people in Commission who have to prepare the draft and interconnect all those things, because to talk about just about the definitions, it will really spend a number of energy with no result. I can nicely see it again on the European Health Data Space. France didn't start with the definitions, which you would say it's rational to start with the definitions, then go to the primary, then to go to secondary, and to have it, this construction built on logic, yeah. But because they know that they can just, start it and end it on the discussion of the definition, they go further, with the articles, and they will wait, for us probably to take it over and to have this difficult discussion, yeah. So for the coming pharmaceutical legislation, doesn't matter if it's the orphans, or the general pharmaceutical legislation, we will wait for the draft, and we will open the discussion on the stakeholder level, and I believe that we will find a joint understanding, and if this will happen everywhere, then it's fine. And everybody will be happy, of the content, and also the intention to have it a stronger industry with better results and with better access of the patient.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all panelists for your great interventions. Thank you for the audience. Thanks, Tony, to you in Amsterdam. Thank you for joining us today. And I believe, looking at the program, that we still have 45 minutes for lunch. So. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ještě jednou krásné dopoledne, dámy a pánové, vítám.
Once again, a very good morning. Welcome to the Friedland Hall of the Wallenstein Palace. Welcome to workshop entitled Local Barriers to Market Access and Their Causes. Since this panel comprises only Czech speakers, we'll speak in Czech.
Sorry for that, thank you. Tak budeme mluvit česky, ona vůbec Česká republika je tady výborným
We'll speak in Czech. The Czech Republic is a great example of the situation of Europe. Well, we're somewhere in between the north and the south and the west and the east, different as concerns the availability of medicines, and also if we look at the number of registration, and FPA looked at 160 approved medicines. We have 88 available, which is actually better than the average. However, in Germany, it's 140, in Serbia, just 17. And also the time that it takes for the medicines to get to patient differs greatly. That has already been outlined too, and also that depends on reimbursement, whether the new medicine is reimbursed and whether a company plans to go to market there at all. So basically, this time to market can range between 4 months and 2.5 years. How come that it takes so long from authorization, and how do we increase the number of available medicines? We have the following panelists to discuss that. Ladislav Friedrich, President of the Association of Health Insurance Companies; Jan Bodnar, Deputy Director of the General Medical Insurance Company; and then Milan Vocelka, Director of the Price and Reimbursement Regulation Section of the State Institute for Drug Control; then David Kolář, Executive Director of AFP; and René Břešťan, Deputy Chairperson of Rare Diseases Czech Republic. So here also ensuring fast market access is key, isn't it? Why do we need the 573 days to achieve reimbursement? That's a question to health insurance companies. So let me start with Ladislav Friedrich to answer that question. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would first of all like to thank for the invitation to today's event. And I should say, well, after the introductory panel, I'll say that it should be an opportunity for health insurance companies to take a look at the whole life cycle of medicines and have a certain detached view, certain perspective on that, because health insurance companies are really at the end of making medicines accessible to patients. In recent years, we have somewhat profited from the review of price of medicines for the e-prescriptions. So in reality, that has meant that the planned costs of medicines were a precondition for the non-application of regulation. And I believe that when it comes to the massively used medicines for civilization diseases, there have been no barriers from health insurance companies. As for the innovative medicines, there the situation is different. Let's take a look back. So first, patients and their doctors started testing Section 16 and the barrier there. So that basically called for a legislative amendment. So since January this year, it came into effect. So we'll be watching closely of how the amendment to section 39, the respective letters there, will show in practice, and we now have a more cultivated phase, so to speak, of the path through which innovative medicines enter the system based on Section 16, so that has been up and running. From my perspective, there are no dramatic barriers posed by health insurance companies. What we would need, though, and we'll definitely initiate that, is that for everything that we do, when the individual components of the system are adjusted, we need to analyze the midterm impact so that we can accumulate impacts that undoubtedly will occur in the availability dynamics. It's nothing that we are against. But we need to be ready for it, either through a detailed analysis of the impacts, so as to be able to calculate, or we'll have to cover it by enhanced capacity of our funds, because each and every change requires certain time and certain response time as well. And the first in terms of priorities and the last in terms of the process are then doctors and patients and employees of the health insurance companies, where naturally awareness raising and education will be vital, so that information is transmitted quickly. I believe that in the centers, in the healthcare centers, there won't be an issue, but in the common treatment practice, we can say it may be a bit of a challenge. So hopefully the review of the European legislation will contribute to enhancing safety of medicines and also speed of authorizations, approvals. Hopefully we'll have transparent access to the markets of the individual member states, and then differentiated pricing, the equity-based tier pricing, as Heike Prince mentioned. That's also an opportunity for us. Thank you. Thank you very much. So that's a perspective provided by the president of the Association of Health Insurance Companies. Now let me hand over to Jan Bodnar. Thank you very much for the floor, and thank you for the invitation. It's a great opportunity for us to share experience. We are ready to answer any questions that you may have, either here at the workshop or informally during the breaks. As regards the question of barriers in the Czech Republic, access to medicines, let me perhaps provide some basic categorization. So the barriers may belong to three categories. The first would be technological barriers. There, the Czech Republic doesn't lag behind the rest of Europe or the rest of the world. Czech healthcare centers can basically apply any medicinal product where administration is more complex compared to the standard oral administration, for instance. We can also do gene therapy, where the process is quite complex too. So we are not faced with these barriers as opposed to perhaps other countries. So thanks to the advancement and robustness of the healthcare system, we don't have these barriers. Then there is yet another potential barrier to market access, and that's the institutional level, and that's perhaps the most complex issue that involves a lot of partial issues. And here we can, for instance, speak about either legislation or institutional regulation of the institutions that have an impact on that. So it's the health insurance companies, it's the State Institute for Drug Control, but other stakeholders such as hospitals and their structure come into play here, and also the USIS comes into play. So basically, all that means that we are faced with the situation where we are. And as from the General Health Insurance Company, the most important question for us is the financial sustainability of the system. So this is also broadly debated in relation to the various crises that we've been hit by. So it's the COVID crisis replaced now by the refugee crisis from the Ukraine. However, the debate was intensive in the past as well. So we also in the past had to use resources efficiently. And even though worldwide the systems may be more advanced than the system we have in our country, all the systems struggle with sustainability and ensuring clinical benefit of new medicines. So all these levels are levels that need to be addressed, and they'll need to be tied up in a single concept so that new medicines can be made accessible as efficiently as possible. So either they're not accessible at present or in the gray zone. So I believe that we need to speak about these main levels and try and address those. You have mentioned the survey carried out by FPA, and I personally took a look at the methodology of this report, and I must say that the outputs in the charts that speak about availability in the individual countries are incomparable to a great extent, because healthcare systems are often so different that it's hard to compare what's, say, in one country for market access for one medicine, then it may not be identical to market access in another country for a different medicine. So this is a common problem of all assessments carried out in this field, that there is really not 100% comparability. So let's perhaps take a look at the overall position of the Czech Republic. We rank 11th, but instead of that rank, we should rather speak about how patients, clients in the Czech Republic see the availability here. As far as I can say, the feedback that we have in our General Health Insurance Company is that the situation has improved over the past few years. The healthcare system is not really praised, because probably we'll never live to see praise in healthcare, but it's rated more positively than in the past years. The VZP policy has contributed to that, plus also other changes, and it will be up to us to further cultivate and develop that good practice. Thank you very much. We'll get to patients' perspective later on in the afternoon in workshop number 4. However, now let's move to Milan Vocelka, Director of the Price and Reimbursement Regulations section of the State Institute for Drug Control, SUKL. So I assume that you'll tell us more what review of the European legislation will mean for us and what's the impact in practice of the legislative innovation regarding the innovative medicines. Thank you very much for the floor. Let me follow up on Mr. Bodnar and Mr. Friedrich. I would like to say that there are multiple aspects that influence whether medicine makes it into the reimbursement list. So from authorization to submission of the application, that's one period, and then one period from the application up to setting the reimbursement that's done by Circle. So the time before submission of application, that time may be influenced by a number of factors, whether it has a place in the therapeutic mix, so whether there are patients to be treated by that medicine in the Czech Republic at all or not. Then there could be other reasons influencing that time, and that is that in the Czech Republic you can only submit the application when there are 3 references in the EU, so that reimbursement can be calculated. Then the Czech Republic also serves as reference for other countries. So basically the producers, the manufacturers focus on other countries so that our price reference won't influence other markets. Then lately, what has also been discussed is that the Czech Republic assesses a medicine at the entry, for instance, comparison with other reimbursed therapies, efficacy, etc. And in comparison with other countries, we are leaders. In Germany, this assessment is done after a year, so clinical data are available and it's done ex post. In the Czech Republic, the clinical trials, the available clinical trials have to be submitted together with the application, so that also influences the time of submission of the application. The trials that suffice for registration have a different focus from HTA agencies' requirements at national level. As for SUCL, State Institute for Drug Control, we believe that from the submission of application up to reimbursement, this is an essential period, a very long one. So over the past 4 years, we've managed to shorten it. In 2017, the average time from application to decision was around 450 days. In 2021, it was only 200 days. So we reduced that period by more than a half. I need to add that not always is the decision positive, but there are only minimum negative decisions, and a negative decision is also a good sign for the system, because further steps can be taken much sooner than, if the applicant had to wait 450 days. So we believe that all these steps are desirable, also from the patient's perspective. As for the available evidence that's vital for setting the reimbursement, or determining the reimbursement at EU level, there is cooperation. The EMA cooperates with the national HTA agencies, and basically they strive to align the requirements so that reimbursement can be determined on that basis. Our institute takes part in the discussions that take place in this respect. There is the common HTA regulation that will focus on the common clinical part. I should mention in this respect that we should synchronize, harmonize requirements and also the time frame of the authorization procedure and this common assessment at EU level, so that shortly after the authorization decision is available, this clinical assessment report is available shortly afterwards. So we'll have the source materials for the application available much sooner than we have today. Thank you very much. Thank you. So that was a perspective of Circle. And what do patients need? How should rules change so that patients can have access to state-of-the-art medicines? So, Nebzhetian, please. I have a presentation ready. I wonder if I can upload it. Thank you very much. The theme of this workshop is market access and local barriers. In my presentation, I'll focus on both of these topics. From the perspective of patients, let me start by saying that at first it may seem simple. So there is diagnosis at the beginning, then specialized care and treatment in the end. We all know that the process is not as straightforward, and only a minimum of patients or diagnoses actually make it to the treatment. And at the beginning, the diagnosis is not set for all the patients who suffer from the disease. The reason being that there is a very high number of rare diseases. We have more than 6,000 different diagnoses of rare diseases. Some 30 million patients with rare diseases in Europe, about 500,000 in the Czech Republic. So it's a complex, highly demanding field. 70% of diagnoses start to show already in children's age. So basically some 300,000 people in the Czech Republic. So it's a disease that often has some genetic root causes, but it takes on average 5 years before diagnosis is determined. It takes some 10 years to develop a medicine. So only very few of the diagnoses have a therapeutic solution, 5%. So what it then leads to is that we should strive to positively influence the lives of patients with rare diseases. There has to be quality care available, family support, raising awareness in society at large. Let's take a look at how medicines have been entering the market since the year 2000, when Pharmaceutical Strategy and incentives for pharmaceutical companies came into effect. I have fresh data from last month, so we have more than 2,500 orphan designations, which has brought into the system some 220 OMPs. We often speak about active and non-active orphans, 140 in the active group. It used to be 160 in the past. And it has also been mentioned that 88 of these OMPs available in the Czech Republic. What does that mean out of the 160? So what does that mean for patients? So in the pie chart, you can see that blue is the diagnosis, and the little orange part of the pie are the lucky ones who will have therapeutic care. So out of this whole large pie, only 5 or 3-4% of patients have an outlook that they may receive therapy and have a simpler life. But before, patient gets to treatment, it takes some time, so 5 years on average before diagnosis is determined. In the afternoon, we'll speak about the fact that it's not always the case. We have, well, fairly good screening available. It's some 10 years on average before patient gets to his or her medicine. And naturally, the patients follow what's new, and they can't wait to see that the medicine is authorized by EMA. But then it takes 1 to 2 years from authorization to availability. So it really takes a long time. On the one hand, I very much welcome and appreciate that, well, I must say that the Czech Republic has been doing fairly well in terms of availability. But let's now take a look at how each of these processes can be shortened further. One of the instruments on which we have all agreed on the market is that new path would be beneficial, so section 39A, that is when the Public Health Insurance Act is amended. There are several paths through which OMPs can make it into legislation, but we thought that this would be the dominant pathway that would speed up the whole system. Besides that, and it was an expectation that we had in the past that basically the number of applications submitted through Section 16 would be reduced. Let's take a look at the situation after 5 months from the amendment and it's coming into effect. So there are only 4 OMPs in the administrative proceedings at Circle. No joint statements have been created. The time is running, and either we're waiting for the medicines to enter the system or patients go via Section 16. Naturally, that's not a full solution. We discussed that in the past. And health insurance companies can then make individual decisions, which is their right, but let me mention it nonetheless. So this year, so far, hasn't brought what we had expected, and patients don't really get to that treatment on time. What are the barriers that we can see? Let me mention the first one. So basically up to all of us, we thought that the system was set up. We were saying it since last year that the system is insane. There is the amendment that came into effect on the 1st of January, and we were perhaps naive in thinking that there would be very many applications flooding the system, but that hasn't happened. So what we see is that, well, perhaps it's also that it's unclear how the OMPs are assessed, active, inactive orphans, etc. So we need to discuss how the other medicines will be entering the market. Where I see one of the root causes is that we didn't really address the need for a transition period. It's really naive to think that, well, we start a system on the 1st of January and everything will just function. So we basically remain standing in that railway station, haven't gone further. So basically the period before the medicine enters reimbursement has not been addressed sufficiently. So should we perhaps go back to joint statements, joint positions? Should we negotiate that? And how do we basically ensure that the whole system before a submission is made is operational? We all want to speed up the therapies that should be available for patients. And for the, if it makes sense for given patients to receive this therapy, let's do everything we can to make sure they get it as soon as possible. I believe that we should discuss the transition period. Health insurance companies, pharmaceutical companies perhaps may be involved so as to speed it up. I believe that the producers, the regulator, the Ministry of Health, payers, experts, patients should jointly look for a solution. We are ready for that. Thank you very much. Thank you. David Kolář would like to present the business perspective. Manufacturers don't want to enter the Czech market as fast as they want to enter it in Western Europe. And perhaps are they better off at Section 16 compared to, this pathway provided by the amendment to the legislation? Thank you very much. A lot has been said. Let me now respond to what has been mentioned. On behalf of the manufacturers, I can assure you that we strive for fastest access possible, but the systems do differ in the respective countries. So basically, the rules for the access of individual medicines are set differently. That's why we have different timelines. So in Germany, it's a specific system, but then there are countries that are somewhere in between, just like the Czech Republic, or countries at the very back where availability is much, much worse in terms of when medicines make it to the market. I believe that the amendment that came into effect at the beginning of the year can contribute to harmonization, but we can still see that countries want to keep to their national rules, which differ greatly. And I don't think that also the upcoming amendment won't really align the legislation fully. As for the weight report, well, this is an analysis that compares partly incomparable things, but still such benchmarking is necessary. In spite of that, we need to take a look at what's comparable, what's not comparable, and the analysis, quite logically, has some limits. So we are comparing the general level, general parameters. Well, the Czech Republic, as has been said, ranks 11th, but how we need to see it, how we need to look at it. So it's an analysis for the past period, so years 2017 to 2020. And it's just a quantitative number of the molecules, so you can't really tell how many patients make it to receiving treatment. So we rank 11th, but does it mean that our patients have 11th highest chance of getting to treatment or not? No, we can't actually read it from those figures, but still, in spite of that, it's crucial to benchmark, and even from these partial results, we can see that the Czech Republic has improved in a number of parameters in recent years. Let me follow up on what René has said. This is because of the fact that constructive debate among all parties started, that is the ministries, so-called patients, expert societies, manufacturers naturally as well. If we want to remove the barriers that we've been discussing or reduce them at least, we need to continue in these debates, even though this upcoming period may be more difficult, the post-COVID period, because there are financial limitations there's the war in Ukraine, etc. However, let me now follow up on what Mr. Wotzelka has said, in terms of the length of this period, the analysis yields much worse results compared to how it's in practice. We need to break this down into two parts. So from submission to decision, this is what we can influence. And this has really dramatically improved in the past years. We are very grateful that this has happened. We know that it has been a constant trend in the past 2 or 3 years. So really minimum times for SUKL to analyze the individual submission. So there is not much room for improvement there. But where there is room for improvement is the first part in the introductory panel. We touched upon how Europe can be made more attractive. The workshop in the main hall is dedicated exactly to that topic. We are limited by the number of inhabitants, number of patients, financial limits, pricing limit, etc. We can discuss all that. And naturally, if those factors could be addressed, then this could shorten the time too. Mr. Bodnar referred to the technological barriers. In most cases, now when we speak about the specialized centers, etc., the Czech Republic can compete with practically all European member states. Some 3 weeks ago, we held a conference here in the Senate dedicated to rare diseases and the OMPs. And there are certain limits that, well, I wouldn't like to say discriminate the Czech Republic, but there is still room for improvement there in the orphans. So we could perhaps contribute to having the system better designed. Then there is the medical part of the assessment, clinical efficacy, that's always assessed by SUKL. And again, I don't see any major barriers there that basically we know how that clinical assessment works. We can always communicate and seek a common solution with SUKL. Then there are the economic barriers. These are slightly more problematic, and these differ a lot among the member states. Cost efficiency, budget impact. Well, that's partly a political question, how much state is willing to invest in healthcare, how much it's willing to invest in innovations, but also it's a question of capacity of the state. We all know that, there are not few funds in healthcare, but even if it was tenfold the amount, still, there would be something lacking because healthcare is just like a mushroom, basically, like sucking everything in. Then other barriers are legislative barriers. So, how do we speed up access in the first part, whether it's really necessary to wait for the 3 reference countries, because the negotiated reimbursement is lower than the reference. So can we perhaps do that subsequently? And then there are non-legislative barriers too. So when a medicine obtains market access but doesn't get to all the patients, there are medication prescription restrictions there. So the number of patients benefiting from the medicines is not as high as it could be. Then the health insurance companies have some methodologies, the positive lists that the healthcare facilities and health insurance companies have. So really a whole range of barriers there, but we've all jointly been working on them in the past years. And we can see that the Czech Republic has improved quite a lot in terms of ensuring accessibility, of availability of medicines. And we've been hearing that from patients. But let me follow up on René. We must not get stuck here. It's a long-term activity, long-term investment, financial, time, energy, all these stakeholders. So if we stayed idle, we would miss the train and we would be really falling in that ranking. Thank you very much. The prescription restrictions, that could be discussed in workshop number 4, where we'll be speaking about patients to a great extent. But perhaps is it time for a change in the reimbursements, how they are determined? The price, the pricing is different from the references anyway. So how do you see the role of real world effectivity? We can say data sources are fragmented, not always used for rationalizing our decisions. Mr. Friedrich would perhaps like to respond. This is a question that's really hard to answer. From the perspective of individual health insurance companies, the numbers of patients with rare diseases are very low, and to generalize that, generalize the effect would be difficult. In our association, we wanted to evaluate OMPs that have been used in few patients for more than a year, and the result wasn't really decisive. So it's very hard to say whether the curative effect has occurred or not, because how do you compare it? You would have to basically compare it with the same patient who wouldn't have that medicine. So it perhaps doesn't meet the main parameters of cost efficiency that we had been used to in the past. So it's rather a question of ethics and solidarity in society rather than cost effectiveness. So that's why, well, the legislation has been amended after all. But I must say that I should add one more thing. Health insurance companies don't really contribute to the delays that greatly. There is this possibility to go via Section 16, the main path up until last year. So that actually was dramatically on the rise in 2021. There was an increase by 50% of the funds dedicated to that compared to the previous year, so no major restrictions there. And on the other hand, we usually take a decision within 30 days. If not, then health insurance companies are not primarily to blame, but there are some, say, indication, recommendations, some standard data provided by expert societies, etc. If the data are not available, not provided, then basically those need to be added and are then requested in the review. So when formalized procedures are employed, it may take quite a while, and before patient has first made it to an indication of the treatment, and the patient is then extremely nervous in that final phase and often gets distorted information because the patient naturally approaches the doctor asking when can we start with the therapy, and even though there may be a number of other reasons, the doctor would usually respond by saying, oh, it's up to the health insurance company to approve. So the dominant path through Section 16, so that was done without any limitations, and basically the first quarter of this year also sees a 30% of increase in submissions through Section 16. So we're speaking about this first quarter of epidemiology situation, and well, but we are now moving to the patients, and this should be the theme of the fourth panel. So should we perhaps rather look at the theme of how do we eliminate the barriers of different market access? In the Czech Republic, when we have representatives from the Czech Republic here, so can we perhaps draw inspiration from elsewhere where, for instance, reimbursement can be determined on the basis of efficacy? What prevents that? It's a political and economic question. Germany and its system is based on efficacy, but in spite of that, there are intense price negotiations ongoing there too. So then the company may be pushed to dramatically changing the price depending on the benefit of the medicine. So we are discussing barriers to access, but barriers are everywhere. Perhaps they may be different at a different point in time in many countries, but they do exist. So then perhaps, we should discuss this at working group level. What should be done so that money is not spent inefficiently? In the Czech Republic, the system is set up in that way. So medicines perhaps then don't meet cost efficiency. We shouldn't be pushing the price, but is this the right way forward? There is the manufacturer's expectation. Manufacturer wants to sell at a certain price, but then there are certain rules of the system, and we need to balance that so that money is spent efficiently. And I must say that in the administrative proceedings, we need to realize that often the reference data are not available. So those moving from the temporary to permanent reimbursement for 5 years, cost efficiency doesn't need to be proved, then data from the register are available, and then these are included in the administrative proceedings. Thank you very much. Jan Bodnar wanted to respond. If you'd like to ask a question, feel free to either ask directly or send a question via Slido. Thank you very much for the floor. Let me briefly reflect on Mr. Břečťan's presentation. It may seem that the Czech Republic is not well off, but we are relatively, well, leaving Germany aside, relatively well off in terms of market access. Even though there is still room for improvement, undoubtedly that is the case, we are in a situation which, whether we speak about the highly innovative medicines and OMPs, we are in a good starting position. On the other hand, it's vital to realize that we're not really in the tailback. I would like to respond to what was mentioned in the presentation from the perspective of patient organizations. We live in a country where there is rule of law. We have to obey legislation. We are faced with new legislation that came into force and effect on the 1st of January this year. And I would perhaps wait for 6 months until the end of the year, whether this has been beneficial or not. What I find somewhat striking, and I thought that it would be more dynamically developing, would be the third path for orphans. There is just one medicine in that path, much less than I would have expected in the past. So perhaps this is a question that should be aimed at institutions. So, or perhaps the executive should be able to answer that. We thought that the processes would become more transparent and faster, but perhaps this may serve as a local barrier. Even though we don't see this third path used extensively, we still have Section 20, the former Section 16, which is massively used still, as President Friedrich mentioned. So at this point, it's not essential to set up the systems differently, because all the patient needs should be covered by Section 16. The application of Section 16 or 19 and 20 is not systematic, so there should be more systematic processes and standards to make sure that the medicines can then make their way to the system. So Mr. Kolář and Mr. Schmeling, thank you. Just a very brief comment on the real-world evidence. So here, digitization and collection of data, that would be a theme for a whole conference. So we believe that this is something that should improve going forward, and the discussions ongoing at present are aimed at that. It would be a shame if we all felt that our system is bad, dysfunctional, and not operational. No, that shouldn't be the outcome of the discussion. So we have a cultivated system. The individual parts are being constantly refined, like the latest amendment to the Public Health Insurance Act. The results are positive also in the European context. So we don't need to rebuild the system from scratch. No, that would be too difficult. And another brief remark on the orphan path. The process of implementation is as demanding as the legislative process, and that took up the whole term of office. If we had thought that there would be 40 applications submitted in January and that by the end of the 6 months period, we would have, I don't know how many orphans available. No, that was naive. It's not possible. We all work with new data that need to be put in. And perhaps we really need another 6 months and really evaluate at the end of the year. Let's take a look at how the individual components work or don't. So basically, let's, as we said informally, let's set up the system and see how it works, because naturally things look different on a piece of paper and then in practice. Well, the situations that we've been coming across hadn't been forethought during the 4 years of discussions. And I would say that there was a great consensus on this part of the Act, and we want this system that is uniquely set up in the Czech Republic. I look forward that we'll be able to contribute to making sure it works as we had envisaged at the beginning of the whole process. Thank you very much. And first question, please introduce yourselves. I could introduce at least some of you, but I won't do that. Please use the microphone. Sorry, we can't hear. How do I switch it on? Is it better? Yes, now we can hear. So let me follow up what has been said here. Patients will be the theme of workshop number 4. So what can be changed, where inspiration can be drawn? Everybody has touched upon that, and David Kolář has summarized. We don't really need to change processes dramatically. Perhaps they are sufficiently functional. Time will be needed, that's for sure. And naturally, there has to be some content. Activity in the system can't be replaced. So it's a train that runs, then it stops. And whether it stops for a long time, well, that's a question. we may speak about medicines for rare diseases, the OMPs. In recent years, we could see best practices formed. We could draw inspiration from Europe. So basically, in the cases where we weren't sure about the value of the product, the joint statements have helped. And all that is contained and described in a complex manner in the process is the benefit for the patient, definition of the value, also with the knowledge that it's a medicine that hasn't undergone the standard SUCL procedure. Risk-sharing agreement had to be entered into, also knowing that there are various price levels in Europe, and variability of access has been removed there. So what that means is that the joint statements, the Commission meetings yielded a result, and well, when we basically see that some processes work, then let's use those that are operational. In 2017, we were the worst in Europe. In 2021, there was a clear change for the better. We even got ahead of Nordics, Belgium, Scotland, etc. So that has been thanks to the active drug policy, where health insurance policies were negotiating with the holders, negotiating prices, etc. So the question that I would like to ask, and yes, we need to, but before I ask it, it's really vital to realize that something already works. So basically, the practice evaluating real-world evidence, so will that continue? Or perhaps would it be worth the while to use this new third path and interconnected it with what used to work? Because this process won't ensure reimbursement and accessibility in itself. The joint statements give everybody an opportunity to be able to rely on the expert part and basically provide for the best solution to enter the system. So the question is, could we perhaps interconnect the systems to just improve and not leave what used to work? So interconnecting the amendment with what used to work. Well, role of expert societies is mentioned in the amendment, or is it not? I would like to follow up on the remarks by David Šmehlík and others. The theme of barriers is one that I see that in the current system, how it's set up, and it's a good system, I'm sure about it. We need to take a look at all its components, though, and I would like to say that patient organizations and expert societies know in great detail how many patients have a certain disease, certain indication, and it seems a shame and a step back to say that before this third path becomes operational, there is Section 16 for patients, when each of these 80 patients will have to submit an application every 3 months. So, I see it as a disruption of continuity. So, basically, there is a vacuum from our perspective, from the perspective of patients. Yes, we can use Section 16, but it's a bit strange to say everybody should submit an application once every 3 months. Would it perhaps be better to meet and say, well, there is, say, 40 patients here, and let's discuss who has the right to the medicine, who gets it or not. Let's address it systematically. before this third path is used. So that was my remark, but I just wanted to make it clear from the patient's perspective. I can respond in brief. I understand what you're saying, but on the other hand, it can't be done otherwise. Health insurance companies are established by the state. We have to obey the legislation, and the legislation states that we cannot use anything but Section 16 or 19 and 20 if a medicine is not reimbursed yet. And the joint statement doesn't really change that. So I would like to challenge the use of joint statements. We can't we can't basically get by or get around rather Section 16. No, there is no other legislative option but to use Section 16. The situation is so complicated that, well, certainly it can be discussed in a mini workshop. But your perspective is really slightly different on the actual possibilities that we have as health insurance companies. We, as health insurance companies, are not State Institute for Drug Control. Surely not. And we also need to take a look at whether it's medical need. So, for instance, if we play that role, well, we naturally would approve medicine for chondroplasia, but then that would be a meaningful result for our patients, but we can't evade the legislation, and we won't do that. Thank you very much. Well, I just would like to add one thing, and I agree. So where the legislation allows it, we move to the edge, so to speak. We have joint methodological recommendations for the review doctors, etc. And as the appeal commissions are objectivized, the decision-making practice is becoming aligned. So then when we can rely on some standard methodology, it's a fast decision-making, but we can't really evade Section 16. Let me add to what Mr. Friedrich has said. The process of approvals in Section 16 has been changed too, so that it has been amended for the better towards greater transparency in the administrative proceedings. First and second instance decisions are clearly specified, and what comes at play is the review commission, comprising not only representatives of a given health insurance company, but there are also representatives of external bodies like Ministry of Health. So the objectivity of the final decision on patient needs is higher than it used to be before. We don't have as yet rigorous outputs from these commissions from across the country, but certainly it's a step in the right direction because the result is objectivized when more entities come into play that may then use it. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Holka Březina from Amgen. Let me follow up on the discussion on orphans and then speak about different barriers. So some time ago in IFP with colleagues, we did an analysis of the number of orphans. Basically 14 per year. approved as a 6 don't get to the Czech Republic because the manufacturer takes the decision. So we have 8 per year, of which 5 makes it in the system through the permanent reimbursement. So let's take a look at the success rate of new legislation through that optic. So we shouldn't expect dozens of applications. Besides the available medicines that could be just moved to the system where Section 16 is used. So that's the candidates that could move to the system through the orphan legislation. But as for the newly approved MOs, it will be, say, 5 or 10 and will be successful if 5 or 10 make it in the system. You have divided the 573 days of delay from the EMA authorization and reimbursement determination. So basically, the manufacturer can, or we can divide it into 2 parts. So application submission, up to application submission, and from the application submission onwards. We have to wait, and it's needless to wait. It's a shame. It's a pity for the patients that the process is prolonged. So can we perhaps launch the proceedings and then provide the 3 or 2 references sometimes in the course? The perhaps agreement on the highest price, the DMC, can be entered into with health insurance company. But so that would be one way forward. But it would be quite problematic because health insurance companies want to see the evaluation first. We have heard indeed very many ideas here. The working group that met some time ago managed to discuss a number of questions, and perhaps we should establish a permanent working group that would take a look at these aspects of the Public Health Insurance Act so that we can refine some of the particularities. Not always is there time to take a look at some details. We've heard some themes here. Some things perhaps were not apparent when the amendment was being made. So perhaps we should move step by step and not in large chunks, should we? I would appreciate this working group, from the 1st of January, whether new medicines have been successfully introduced or not. So I would indeed like to join in that proposal. Thank you very much. And David Kolář perhaps would like to summarize the outputs of the workshop. Before I summarize, I would like to say that on behalf of the manufacturers, we welcome this working group, and we can share best practices, and that can also be useful for implementation. But let's summarize very quickly, because otherwise we'll miss lunch. There are barriers existing in the Czech Republic. We all agree on that. It's an objective fact. Barriers exist all around the world. We have all agreed that we need to keep refining the system, try and eliminate the barriers or minimize them at least. So the situation in the Czech Republic has improved in recent years, but to continue on that path, we have to dedicate our attention to this even further. Health insurance companies can only do what law allows them to do, and I agree with that statement. Well, thank you very much, but perhaps if simpler language was used, then people would understand what's, you know, what we're talking about. But anyway, so that was probably what was meant by the previous remarks. But anyway, we'll continue after lunch, after the keynote by Nathalie Moll, Director General of FBM. We'll have 2 workshops again here in the Friedland Hall. We'll speak about equal and fast access for EU patients to innovative medicines. So it will be the patient's perspective on our topic. Sukul representative won't be here, or will he perhaps? And then workshop number 3 will be dedicated to market access and joint clinical assessment. So first there is keynote address, and then there is lunch. So without any further ado, let's end this workshop. Thank you for your attention.
Welcome back to the Pharmaceutical Strategy for Europe conference. I've already mentioned results of some studies done by European Federation of Pharmaceutical Industries and Associations. Many studies show the disparity when it comes to the access to innovative treatment within Europe. That is also why the AFPA member companies made a new pledge to drastically increase the availability of innovative medicines in EU countries and decrease the time patients must wait for new medicines by several months. What has to be done for that? What can AFPA and its members do, and what do they need from the legislative and regulatory part? We will get to know from Nathalie Moll, the Director General of European Federation of Pharmaceutical Industries and Associations. Welcome, Nathalie, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much, and it's really such a pleasure and an honor to be here. It's not often that when you visit Prague you get to go into the parliament. That's really quite something, and I'm really grateful to our Czech Association for organizing this day and to you as members for participating. I know it takes a lot of time away from your day-to-day business, but for us as industry associations, it's extremely important that members of our companies can interact with legislators to explain what matters to us and what will make a difference in terms of their job for us. Of course, this is an incredibly important moment. The Czech Republic will have the presidency of the EU from the 1st of July for 6 months, and I have to say I'm very excited. I'm very excited because since 1994, when I took a trans-Siberian trip from Scotland to China, I had the pleasure to have in my cabin, it was in a second-class cabin for students, 2 Czech students or young men. And I remember in the conversations with them over 6 days, because you spend 6 days in the train, I really understood very clearly the passion that Czech people have for science and technology. I studied biotech, I studied biochemistry, I'm a scientist, this is the stuff I love. And hearing the passion for innovation and the things that came out of the Czech Republic, I was so impressed and not aware. And so I'm happy really that the Czech Republic takes the presidency of the EU just as we are looking to revise all our legislation in the pharmaceutical area. I think that there are many ways in which we can make the most of this incredible moment in time. It's not often, thank goodness, that you revise all the legislation in one sector. This is the first time apparently in 20 years. Unfortunately, I was already there 20 years ago when we revised it last time. But it does give you a vision that for the next 20 years, the decisions that we take today will matter for the next 20 years. So science and technology have advanced in an incredible pace. If you like science like I do, all these news about advanced therapy, medicinal products, cell and gene therapies, all the orphan drugs and the medicines and treatments for children, it's just exponentially growing, right? The more we discover, the faster we go, everything since the genome was discovered in 2000. And so this is the right moment to revise legislation But we need to also be careful to get it right. If we get it wrong, then we will set ourselves back as a region when other regions are galloping ahead. COVID-19 has taught us a lot of things. First of all, that it was the value of collaboration, but I think even more than that, the value of health for the economy, for our ability to do anything, in fact. I think really it's a necessity for Europe right now to make sure that we harness the revision to bring us back to a competitive level in terms of regulation, in terms of incentives, in terms of attracting investment. It's no secret, in Europe we have 8 to 10 times less money for biotech. It's a fact compared to the US. This is not going to change. We are 27 countries, we have 21 languages. It is complicated for investors to invest in Europe. Also, they like investing in their own country. They don't like investing in the whole. So we start from a competitive disadvantage in that area, which we need to make up by making sure that our legislation is extremely efficient, extremely innovation friendly, able to adapt to science, and attractive for investors. That's one element, and this is something that we need to do now when we are revising legislation. We have an opportunity, we have lots of ideas, we cannot miss this train. Whether it's a Trans-Siberian or not, we cannot miss this train. The other thing that we need in order to continue to attract investment is to have an intellectual property framework that is stable, that is strong, that is attractive and competitive. And I have to say, when I was traveling here, I was looking at all the great Czech inventors and researchers because, yeah, I'm a nerd and I like these kind of things. And I discovered that you have many, whether it's blood cell types, nanofibers, but you also have Professor Antonín Holý, and I'm sure I'm not pronouncing his name properly, who, thanks to his antiviral medicine discoveries, contributed to the HIV medicine that is now on the market by Gilead. And because of the strong IP framework that we have in Europe, Gilead pays more than 2 billion Czech kroners every year to the Institute of Organic Chemistry and Biochemistry in the Czech Republic because of the work of that professor. This is what makes a difference. If you have an IP framework that is predictable and is strong and is fair, investors feel reassured that they can invest in a sector that takes about 15 years to get their products on the market. So we're not exactly the most attractive sector in the sense of time, but in the sense of impact we are. So those two things we have, a regulatory framework that we need to revise, the incentive framework that we need to strengthen, and as you were mentioning, the access for medicines, because it's very nice to have regulation that works, and it's very nice to have incentives that attract investors, but if the products don't reach the patients, there's not much point at the end of the day. Neither for us, to be honest, nor for patients. We are in the business of producing solutions for patients and for patients getting them. This is our business. Our business is not to produce medicines that never get sold or never reach the patients. And I think that that's important as well. At the level, we have a challenge because of the way we are structured in the European Union. Jakub mentioned it before. Ansgar gave a very clear presentation of industry proposals. We have 27 countries with different purchasing powers, with different priorities, with different healthcare systems. There is no one solution for everybody. If there was, we would have found it and we would be there. We haven't found it. It's not the case. But through COVID, we learned that when we have very complicated problems, talking together helps us to find solutions. And I would love to be able to use the learnings of COVID, where we needed to talk nearly on a daily basis with institutions to overcome the difficulties of borders shutting down and workers who couldn't move and medicines who couldn't reach where they had to go, use those learnings to find the right solutions for access. What I'm hearing today, and I think the Deputy Minister mentioned it before, is ideas of changing European legislation to force market access. European legislation, the regulation is to assess the safety of medicines and the efficacy. That's one. The legislation on incentives is to make sure that we have the right framework to attract investments. These are nothing to do with market access. That happens after 15 years. Connecting the two is a very dangerous thing to do in terms of, first of all, predictability, but second of all, attractiveness. I think my colleagues mentioned this morning that the amount of investment in our area over the last 5 years was about 4.9 times what it was before in the EU. In the US, it's about 10 times. We have to be realistic. In China and in Asia, they are ramping up as well all their investment. And you know, when they have a strategic plan in China, it's not a small strategic plan. It's for billions of people. We need to be realistic that after COVID-19, everybody wants this industry in their region because nobody wants to be dependent on anybody else if something else happens, right? We all want the innovation here. So now we have this great opportunity to be able to modernize our pharmaceutical regulatory framework, our incentive framework, taking into account what we have learned in the last 20 years, taking into account the new science, and taking into account the needs of patients. And at the same time, we want to improve access. And as I said at the beginning, we're in the business of making medicines for patients. If they don't have access, I'm really doing a bad job. So as an industry, what we are trying to look at is for voluntary ways of ensuring the access, already improving access today. Because if we wait for the revision of legislation, it will take anything between 4 years and more. I'm not ready to wait 4 years to improve patient access. We really want to make a difference today. On the 11th of April, as an industry, and Jakub, I heard your challenges and you're right to bring those out. FPS, or the Pharmaceutical Trade Association at European level, and its members committed to starting pricing and reimbursement in all 27 member states at the latest after 2 years of European marketing authorization. Now, that seems like a long time for some countries, but actually in some countries that never even happened because of various reasons. So this is a commitment that is measurable. We didn't want to say in 6 months, because that is an unrealistic commitment. We wanted to make a commitment that would be measurable and responsible. And next to that, we have put in place a portal, so an online platform, where companies can show at what stage of this process their products are. Why is that important? Because if you can see where the problem is, if you can see where the product is stuck, then you can fix the problem. If you don't know where the product is in the process, you're just waiting and pointing fingers at each other. It's the government's fault, it's the company's fault, it's somebody else's fault. So with this idea of transparency, we really hope to evolve the discussion towards solutions to problems rather than theoretical accusations which are not helping the patient and are not improving things. Is it the solution to everything? I don't think so. Like I said at the beginning, there's no silver bullet. And next to that, we need to have that conversation that you mentioned, Jakub, with all the stakeholders about what about the prices in Europe? So joint procurement is too complicated and it doesn't work. You mentioned that we agree to that. We are looking at equity-based tiered pricing as a proposal, so having different prices depending on the purchasing power of a country. But we cannot, as an industry, do that on our own. With what we have in Europe with external reference pricing, some countries, I think it's Romania, do not fix a price until 5 other countries have fixed a price. We'll never get there. They will never be able to get to have their products faster than the others. So we need to find solutions to the existing setups that we have in order to make sure that we can serve patients in different countries according to the capacity of that country to purchase, according to the priorities of that country. But we can only do that sitting down and talking. I think it's 3 years that FP is asking for a high-level table to discuss about access. We've asked the Commission if they would convene it. They have not been able to or not been willing to, I'm not sure. We really would need to sit down with member states, with institutions to discuss how can we make this work? Because on our own, we can only do so much. So we've done our commitment, we've done our portal, we've put up a framework, the HTA, and I know there's a session after this speech specifically on the HTA regulation. We really, for 12 years, Ansgar worked on this regulation to get a European regulation on HTA. It's not perfect, but it's better than nothing. New pricing models. You know, we're doing everything we can on our side, but if the other stakeholders don't come to the table and we don't have a discussion, we are not going to solve this complex puzzle. And I'm not entirely sure what else we have to do to try and bring that attention. This is the moment like no other. We have a pharmaceutical strategy, an industrial strategy, an IP action plan, and a focus on resilience at EU level. We have 8,000 new products in the pipeline. The investments are still there in Europe. We have the incredible research centers. I talked about what the Czech Republic has contributed in terms of innovation. We cannot afford to let this region slip further behind. And we really need to make a concerted effort, and I'm really counting on the Czech presidency to be able to be that spark of innovation and far-sightedness that Europe needs. The French presidency had, of course, a sort of short presidency. They had the French elections. It was difficult. The war in Ukraine, this all made, I think the French presidency had a hard time kick-starting this process. I'm really encouraged that the Czech presidency takes over now, and followed by Sweden, which is also a highly innovative country. And hopefully we can really initiate that discussion and make sure that we find the solutions that would help not only boost innovation, but also back access. The two go hand in hand. There's no point having innovation if you don't have access, but there's also no point having access if there's no innovation. So I think we need to make sure that we are very careful and mindful about this with concrete proposals, with measurable proposals, things that are actually on the table, not in the air. But when I hear, for example, some proposals of forcing market launches, which is something that the European Commission is considering, and putting that in legal text, what I imagine as a result is companies who are not able to get a price in a country in a reimbursement, they will put it on the private market. This will not improve the access for patients. The product will be on the market, but it will not be on the market the way we all intend it, accessible to patients. So that is also not the right solution. So we need to really sit down and look at the obstacles and address them one by one. I think as a last word, I would say FP has done this analysis of obstacles twice, 2 years in a row. We really would like the institutions to do the same, have an analysis of what the issues are around access. And when it comes to the regulatory and IP frameworks, intellectual property frameworks, there we have a number of proposals, tried and tested in other parts of the world. They are not revolutionary, they are not controversial, they make sense, they are tried and tested. I think as an industry we've understood the importance of being realistic with our expectations so that we can actually deliver faster to patients. So I really encourage, and it's great that you come closer, Jakub, I really encourage the Czech presidency to have this stakeholder dialogue, whether it's on innovation or on access, that will allow us to make progress. Really, we did it during COVID. We were incredibly successful. I'm so proud to work for an industry who was able to find a vaccine, more than one vaccine within a year. And I have to say, if I look at what's happening in the Ukraine, I'm also very proud of the way this industry has stepped up immediately to help. I've been in meetings about the Ukraine with lots of other sectors, the wood and the aluminium and the banks, and we're the only sectors trying to get into Ukraine. We're the only sectors trying to serve patients in Ukraine and in Russia. Everybody else is running away. It's a very different conversation that I'm having. And I'm really proud. I'm really proud of this industry. But then that reminds us the value of this industry, and it should hopefully remind European institutions of the importance of doing this review together and not theoretically. I think it's really time for practical sitting down and working on proposals together. I'm going to stop my monologue now, Michaela, and hand it back to you.
Thank you, Natalie. Natalie Moll is also ready to answer your questions, so don't worry and don't hesitate and ask a question. When I was listening to you, I just got an idea. As I hear about the reference pricing, it seems like the more reference countries we need, the longer it takes and the less medicine gets to the market. But can you see any pattern in the reference pricing that could make it easier if we would get enough data? If we could make a pattern, then probably that could help with the pricing generally. But I have no idea if anybody looked for the patterns there.
So that's a very specific question, Michaela, and I have to admit I'm not an expert in this. I'm looking at Ansgar, but he's not nodding his head, so I don't know if...
Sorry, that was just my thinking when I heard you, because, well, I'm a bit into econometrics, so I always look for the pattern, because that makes things easier usually. But when you were speaking about the changes that were brought by COVID, the pandemic, do you see any visible changes in the attitude of European countries? And now I don't mean Europe as such, as the Union, but some country that brought the biggest changes in the way to move the production and development of medicines to their market, that we could probably take as a example.
That's a good, I've certainly, living in Belgium, it's been very obvious to me the way that Belgium has stepped up, because of course Pfizer has its production facility, so the vaccine and GSK as well. So what they did, what was interesting to me, I spoke to the COVID coordinator the other day. He's stepped down from the government now. I think he was a bit tired after 2 years of COVID management. But what he did in the first few weeks was speak to the companies, and they immediately set up all the testing. So nobody else managed. And basically, he just went directly to the companies, and within 10 days, they had testing labs that could manage all the testing needed for the country. So there were really creative ways of harnessing industry's capacities in order to boost and respond to the needs that there were. I don't know, Ansgar, if you had a question to the external reference pricing, not sure the pattern we haven't seen.
Reference pricing, I think it was Jakub who explained his experience with this. I think the most simple measure would be, I think, a discussion about practices of member states. So why does Germany have to reference Slovakia? I think the economics are so different. And I think it's these basic principles that would certainly help. Equity-based tier pricing, yes, will take time, but to revisit certain practices, reference pricing, certain parallel trade or parallel importation. In my country, it's import quota and pharmaceutical pharmacies that have to hand out imported pharmaceuticals. That's still in the contracts. I think these are certain practices that I think one could revisit quickly.
It's such a complicated puzzle.
Thank you. We have a question there.
Hello, Lenka Kaška, Pfizer. Natalie, thank you very much for being here with us. I very much like your speech. I have to say it was really very inspirative and also very pragmatic, which I value very highly. So thank you very much for this. And I have a very concrete question. I'm very much sure that FPA is already evaluating the first piece of legislation that was issued by the Commission. It is the regulation on European health data space. Can you tell something maybe about the FPA position, or how do you see it if the pharma industry is satisfied, or whether there are some maybe concerns? I'm in particular interested in that, let's say, like access to the secondary data, but of course, if you will be more broad, I will welcome it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the question, and you're right, I should have mentioned it. A success I like mentioning successes. I don't know why I missed that one. The European health data space was kind of boosted by COVID, of course, that suddenly made everybody realize it's not just a great name, digital, but it's actually an important need. And what was published 2 weeks ago, I think the industry is very happy with. It's a framework as usual. When you have a framework, then it's the details that matter. But I think you can see in it both a clear recognition of primary use, but also of secondary use. And when we reacted to the publication, we made it clear that we would like to be part of the discussion about the different rules around the secondary use of data. And I believe the dialogue around this is quite open. Maybe the COVID experience has helped. We certainly learned about what doesn't work in Europe. I mean, if you remember the first weeks of COVID, first months, we weren't even able to compare mortality data between countries because we all calculated it differently. ECDC was never able, and still today, to give us patient-level need data, which is shocking. It's a fact. It's not ECDC's fault. It's countries. Some countries are organized where the hospitals hold the data, the regions, the federal level. But the point is, if we don't have that, we can't make sure medicines reach patients where they need them. So it's impossible as a company, whether it be Pfizer or anyone, to know, is this country stockpiling? Are the people actually in hospital? What are the needs? So there's a lot of progress to be made. And I believe in the area of health data space, the level of comfort of collaborating with industry is higher than in other areas. I don't know why, because if I think about the regulation for the approval of our products, we are the ones who produce the products. So you would imagine that we do have a lot of knowledge, and we have had experience with fast tracking and you know, the parallel assessments that we were talking about this morning. So we should be able to be just as trustworthy when we're consulting on regulatory issues or on IP issues. But I think on the area of health data space, I hope I'm right to say that we see a brighter future in terms of getting it right.
Yes, please.
Carolyn Suso with Novartis. Question, you mentioned the need for us as a region to positively differentiate ourselves from other regions and other countries, particularly in terms of more efficiency. What would you like to see in the pharmaceutical strategy that you think would help make region Europe more attractive and more efficient for industry to invest in development?
How long have you got? I think that, so on the regulatory side, and Sini is our expert because she's heading our regulatory unit in FPA, we came with different kinds of recommendations. We had non-legislative recommendations, so things that can be put in place straight away with guidelines. So not a revolution of legislation, whether it's about the way you manage the approval of combination products. So some guidelines for straight away and some changes in legislation if we want to change the legislation. I mean, today you have a device approved here and then a product approved there and it's not together, etc. Or whether it's about complex clinical trials. Real world evidence, I heard this morning Tony Humphries referring to that, and he said it's really complicated for us. Yes, but at some point it's going to have to stop being complicated, because we're going to have to just accept that the products that we produce are so innovative that a lot of the data will come after the product is in the population. I don't know, Sini, if you wanted to add individual elements.
Thanks so much. And I think something that came up in the first panel is also the way the assessment is being arranged. So it's a contribution not only from the European Medicines Agency, but from individual countries. So the whole European regulatory network contributes to that. It is quite complex. It is legislated in a way that the committees are mentioned in the legislation. What we see is that there could be a more simplified structure that would take away redundancies of certain decisions that are being made. For instance, pediatric investigation plan is discussed multiple times in different committees. For what? For what reason? Things like that could be really relooked now, and some of the elements are in the legislation, so changes there would make it easier and more streamlined in Europe how medicines are being assessed. So just another example. Thank you.
Yeah. And on IP, I think I mentioned, I think there are some needs. Unmet medical need is something I know that you heard a lot this morning. That's what our business is, to meet unmet medical need. Trying to narrow the definition to something that is really easy to pinpoint is a little bit, or at least for a scientist like me, it's nonsensical. Unmet medical need, science doesn't work like that. You don't tell science, go there, and science goes there. I mean, science you saw with mRNA vaccines, that was a cancer vaccine that was being developed. It doesn't work like that. So you have to be careful in unmet medical need not to stifle innovation by giving it such stringent parameters that it can't evolve and it can't take advantage of all the different connection that it makes. So I think they're focusing and wanting to become the region that meets the most unmet medical needs, great, happy to work on that. But again, a lot of stakeholder dialogue needed to be able to get that right and not to take the wrong road, because the wrong road is for the next 20 years, and that is something that would just be a really huge missed opportunity.
I have one question related to access and the tiered pricing. So how do we make sure that the product in a lower price country remains for the benefit of those patients, and at the same time we do not breach against one of the most fundamental principles of the EU, which is free movement of goods?
So that's a really good question. And when we proposed the two proposals on access that we can stand behind, the commitment and the portal of things that are in our hands, this we can do. The equity-based tiered pricing framework is exactly a framework. We cannot implement it alone. And that's why we were asking the Commission, and we're asking Member States, and no doubt we will ask Jakub and the Czech Presidency to set up a table of discussion with Member States, because we cannot make equity-based tiered pricing work if there's not a principle of solidarity, for example, between member states, where the richer member states agree that they will make up for the member states who have less capacity to buy, but also where things like external reference pricing, parallel trade are addressed properly, because today, you know, we sell products at cheaper prices often in some countries, and they end up in Germany. So that was never the intention, right? And we cannot. Parallel trade belongs to the single market, belongs to the treaty. We will never be able, and we don't want to change that, but I think we need to have parameters in place to make sure that enabling countries who have less cost power to have access to medicines and keep those medicines is possible. But that can only happen with other players around the table. As an industry on our own, we cannot fix that. Apart from being illegal, which I don't think is what we ever want to do. So it's the famous, there is no silver bullet, but there is a lot of good intentions. And I really hope we can build on the discussions we had in COVID. My goodness, you know, we were on the phone every week discussing things that we would probably never discuss otherwise. Let's build on that.
And I thank you. That was Natalie Mold, Director General of FPA. Thank you very much for being with us. And now it's time for another parallel workshops. This time here in the meeting hall, Ansgar Heborn, the head of FPA, HTA Working Group, and Russia's representative for European Access Policy Affairs. And his guests will discuss market access and joint clinical assessment. So that's the workshop number 3. And next at the Friedland Lounge, the discussion will focus on equal and faster access of EU patients to innovative medicines. Also the 2-tier pricing model will be discussed there. So please move to the one you've chosen, and we should start immediately. Thank you.
So good afternoon to this second breakout panel session. Here we will focus on something that I think the Commission considered certainly at some point one of the very first deliverables of the EU Pharmaceutical Strategy, is the so-called EU HTA regulation. discussions of the HTA regulation started many years back, I think in 2015 or so. The first proposal was made in 2018, and now at the very beginning of 2022, the regulation was published in the Gazette and is ultimately has entered into force, and it starts now with a 3-year introduction period. I will start, first of course, introduce my panelists. We have Irina Storova as the director of the State Institute for Drug Control. We have Natalie Moll as the director of FPR. And we have Jakub Dvoracek as the Deputy Minister of Health. Online, we have Lotta Liljelund. I hope she's online. Okay, she's online. She's the Head of Public Affairs at Novartis in Sweden, and we'll talk about the specific situation in Sweden. The topic is a bit broader. I think usually when we discuss the HTA regulation, quickly the discussion is about, but what will it really do? Will it really help us with access and availability? Now, it's one element, and so here I think we can broaden the discussion to some extent. I will start with a brief introduction of the regulation itself, to just set the scene, to explain what this is and what it is not. Could we please have the slides? Thank you. There is a considerable increase of HTA activity in Europe that really has emerged during the last 10 to 15 years. These activities have been bundled together in various EU initiatives, so-called joint actions, for the last 10 to 15 years. There have been 3 joint actions. And then the question has arisen, so what is the objective for this? Where is this going? How can this be something that's sustainable? And where can it really add value? When we look into the environment in Europe and countries and their standards when they take HTA assessments, and here on this slide you see the EMA, you see 5 countries, a bit difficult to see given the small capitals here, but you see on the left side different elements and aspects of the assessment of clinical criteria or clinical trial features, endpoints, typical aspects of HTA and how they are accepted in the various countries. Now you see that these different colors, they are indicator that there is very different acceptability of certain endpoints, of certain endpoints, of certain aspects. And that makes it difficult to agree on common development programs for companies, programs that assess regulatory needs and HTA and payer needs in parallel. And this is an area where this regulation really wants to address some of the challenges, some of the confusion, some of the challenges to have capacity in place in smaller countries that have not so far developed their own HTA system. It's the opportunity to share capabilities, but also to create a predictable environment about what's expected when payers assess the benefits of medicines. I mentioned earlier today, and we heard about this in other presentations, the changing face of biomedical innovation. We see different types of innovation, different focus on rare diseases. We see smaller patient populations. We see different clinical development paradigms, smaller focused RCTs, adaptive clinical trials, single-arm trials, surrogate and intermediate endpoints, things that add to the complexity of assessing new medicines and ultimately taking decisions. There is biomarker-specific therapies, combined technologies, things that you have to assess also together, certainly in their availability, to ultimately deliver the outcomes that are envisaged for a certain approach. There's a lifespan approach to regulation. So there's something that happens early in a life cycle. There is pharmacovigilance and specific studies that regulators do post-launch. And that also has certain implications for a comprehensive assessment of an HTA. There's a faster evolution of clinical standards of care. All of this makes the assessment of innovative medicines more complicated and suggests that cooperation in this field can really add value. The EU HTA regulation, as it was published, sees 4 areas of cooperation: joint assessments of clinical features of a medicine, joint scientific consultations to really ensure that companies understand what type of evidence will be expected from them, and giving them an opportunity to develop this type of evidence in development programs. There's a form of horizon scanning and other voluntary cooperation. So 4 areas of cooperation envisaged in the regulation. There's a strict distinction between the assessment of a technology, so the technical elements of assessing the evidence that substantiates certain claims, and the appraisal, so the idea that a country evaluates comprehensively a product in light of available alternative and decides we need to have this product or we want to negotiate for this product in a certain way. This remains at the member state level upon request of the member states to keep this at member state level. So the focus is on the left side, the assessment of the available evidence that supports certain efficacy, safety, and potentially related other claims. The government structure is a heavily self-regulated, member state-regulated environment. So you have an HTA coordination group where all countries have been invited to send in their delegate and nominate their delegates. This group will start to work in June, so this month. There are different areas. It certainly includes of activity the joint assessments and the joint consultations. There's other work, voluntary work. There's a stakeholder link, and there is, of course, the support structure, infrastructure that the European Commission will provide, but this is led out of member states in the coordination group, which was a very strong ask of the member states. Implementation has started. It's the next 3 years when the rules and the specific principles for this assessment have to be defined by the coordination group. In early 25, all new oncology medicines will go through such an assessment, or ATMPs will go through this assessment, and then there will be a staggered introduction of concrete assessments for all products after 2025. Key principles, it's joint work of member states drives this, it's driven by member states. High quality, timeliness, transparency is key for the outcomes to ensure that this can be used in member state, but there is an expectation that this work is used certainly by the other stakeholders, but also I assume those that fund such an EU project. Member states remain responsible to draw conclusions, to take decisions on pricing and reimbursement. There are stakeholders involved and have an opportunity to be involved. Implementation is progressive, as mentioned. Now, we find ourselves now in the situation to implement this nationally. This takes time. I think it should have started already, should have started at the beginning of the year, as foreseen in the regulation itself. I think it's important that there is a strong commitment from policymakers, not only in the Czech Republic, but also in the other countries, to make this a reality. There's a responsibility of other stakeholders to join in, including industry, patients, clinician experts. Key questions here: how can this EU output, EU HTA output, replace national activity and create efficiencies? Are there legal and administrative obstacles to use the reports? Does the implementation require national legal procedural framework? Something specific that has to be implemented before 2025, so that the outputs in 2025 can be used. So that's important. Time is running. Requires active participation of member states, like the Czech Republic, in the coordination group, and then an early and systematic engagement in the production of deliverables. Some additional thoughts about what I think could really add value, should add value during this implementation. It's the systematic involvement of stakeholders and the expertise of industry, of patients and others that have gone through this in former joint action. So it really, and it says in the regulation, there needs to be a full reflection of more than 10 years of UNETA Joint Action 3 experience. There have been learnings. These have been condensed in massive reports. And it's important to reflect on those. And then I think it needs systematic and continuous monitoring to really achieve the vision, to reduce double work, to realize efficiencies, and to make this system more predictable, this specific aspect of access. So far, so much to the explanation about what this is and where we are. We've started the implementation. Also at industry ends, we are preparing, companies are preparing and investing to support this process and to ultimately also benefit from this process. I would like now to ask, and starting with Jakub Doracek, to ask for your initial thoughts about where is this regulation, where is it in the Czech Republic? Where do you think, what member states, in light of your presidency, how should they move? What can they do to make this a success?
I'm happy to have Irina here because I mean it's in the good hands of Sukhov.
Okay, then perfectly.
That's definitely something what we can see as the benefit for countries. The question mark is how often the individual regulators will use the possibility or the chance to use the different comparator. Because I mean, if everybody will accept it, what is the part of intention? Oh, sorry. What is the part of intention that the joint clinical assessment is done at one time on the European level, and we don't need to do it, I mean, locally as a national regulators, then it's okay. At the moment when there will be a variety of different comparators, I am just seeking, what will be the added value. Hopefully, I mean, during the time it will prove, the meanings of why it was done. And another question is, how this scientific consultation will look like, and if really, the need of evaluators will be possible to somehow, fulfill, through the clinical trials as they are set up now, and what it will mean, for the whole setup of the clinical trial in a clinical trial system in the Europe, and that's far, beyond of what I can answer it. So maybe Mr. Rova can add and build on that.
Okay, thanks a lot. Can I have the remote control? Tak, dobré odpoledne, já s dovolením zase přepnu do...
Good afternoon. I will switch to English, if you don't mind. And I am aware of the fact that the role of speakers is rather difficult always after the lunch. So let me just wrap up where we are, what is ahead of us. And I also heard that there were no controversies, no controversial topics mentioned this morning. So maybe I can pick up some of them to see what challenges there are. Of course, I will repeat some of the aspects that have already been mentioned, but our processes as they are set will be taken as an example to show what HTA should look like and how this will impact the accessibility and availability of innovative medicines. Just to use the same terminology, I will also mention certain terms. To start, let me say that at the end of the previous year, the European Parliament adopted a regulation regarding HTA, and we should talk about what is ahead of us. You can see some links here on the slides to find the most recent and updated information. On the 22nd of June, there will be a conference on HTA called What's Next? And I must say that when I talked to colleagues earlier, they were highly interested. Adoption of this regulation does not affect the existing rules and regulations. So clinical assessment means joint clinical assessment for HTA purposes. So it's not about clinical studies, clinical trials. Let me wrap up the main goals of the HTA regulation, what the general goals are and what specific goals are. So it should provide us with a tool to improve cooperation of the member states in decreasing red tape and to make the whole process more straightforward. And subsequently, it should lead to better availability and accessibility of innovative technologies. The applicability or effectivity, the date was moved to 2025, so it was slightly delayed. But even though the time is very short for having all tools and processes prepared. In addition to the joint clinical assessment, this regulation also modifies and regulates scientific consultations and in fact communication between among stakeholders. The consultations should be carried out in cases when the probability of HTA in the future is quite high. You can all read the details, so I will not go to details. In the morning, I said that to have the ambition to start and complete any sort of initiative during one presidency is unrealistic. I must say that in this case we started in 2018, so 6 presidencies were needed to finalize this regulation. There were many meetings of expert groups and working groups, and only then the Commission could approve that. What was the most difficult part of the proposal for the Czech Republic? It was mainly the mandatory acceptance of the report on joint clinical assessment. If that is mandatory, then of course economic and other assessment of the technology may be affected, and also the powers of member states to decide on how to fund certain aspects of healthcare. The communication was very extensive, very fast, and it was mainly on national specificities to maintain national powers. The regulation now sets that the report of joint clinical assessment is enclosed, is attached. It's a scientific document which does not conclude on any benefits of the technology. It is not binding on member states, and it is mentioned there in the applicable chapters and articles. As to the practical aspect, the HTA is now being implemented. We will have the first meeting on the 21st of June. We do not have the agenda yet, and there are no other steps outlined, so we are at the beginning of our path. As to methodologies, time frames, etc., it is expected that it will be a sort of a follow-up of the HTA work group. The regulation should be implemented step by step, and highly probably we will start with oncology, and then some other diseases, and orphan drugs will be later. There are questions asked regarding any pitfalls, and can we avoid them? Let us be realistic. You cannot avoid everything, but I believe that there are limits in human resources. So for us, this would be probably the main pitfall. On the national level, now we encounter problems with the resources. We are now involved in 10 centralized procedures of the centralized authorization. So unless we get more people, we will not have enough people to continue. We are, of course, addressing it on the national level, but considering how small the market in the Czech Republic is, we are doing quite well. But we are now struggling with human resources, and then the same, in fact, is reflected on the EMA level. So we will have to talk about this, considering the new systemization. I'm mentioning it just not to forget about that. Now a couple of facts regarding the coordination group. The first session is planned for the 21st of June. We have our nominees, of course, our institute and also the ministry will be represented. And now I have a list of tasks for the coordination group. So it will be about technical devices, medicines, therapies, diagnosis, and also costs, ethical aspects, legal aspects. So you can see that it's a vast area. We have the coordination group established now, and this group should supervise the joint clinical assessments and provide a methodology and methodological control, issuing guidelines, etc. So each member state will nominate their representatives. The representatives, of course, must be completely independent to avoid any conflict of interest. This coordination group will issue reports and any sort of information that might have impact on patients. As to the joint clinical assessments, we will have an annual plan, and if EC addresses any body or entity to submit documentation, then it will be the duty of that entity to come up with a report. Or, of course, these entities will primarily be producers of medicines and diagnostic products. And now, in terms of patients, access or approach of patients to innovative medicines, I want to be very open. It's not that I want to blame ourselves, but to show what can be done and what should be done. Of course, patients in smaller countries suffer most. Malta, Cyprus, Baltic states. The Czech Republic is a medium-sized country. But anyway, what I want to emphasize is that we cannot generalize. There are examples when a couple of days after authorization, we have an application to set the reimbursement. This time is set. We cannot influence that. So this period is given, and one of the possible solutions is to introduce a sort of regulation to in fact force the producer of an already authorized medicine to launch it in the markets, all markets of the EU. It does not necessarily mean that the medicine will be accessible to all patients in all countries. I have, from my experience, that sometimes it is enough if you just introduce a part of the medicine and you are done. But the main reasons of inequalities are clearly there are differences in attractivity of markets for producers. It is also important to know how many patients there are in each of the markets, so how big the population for the medicine is. I agree that we in the Czech Republic have a process which is rather complex. It is regulated. We have an administrative process where many state administration entities are part of the whole process. We probably have a very sophisticated process, but I know from my colleagues from abroad that they envy our process because we have rules, and this means that all of us know what to do. Milan Vocelka, my colleague, said that the whole process was shortened from 450 days down to 200. And yes, there are many issues to be taken into consideration. Of course, there are short-term solutions. Here, this is a list of what can be done in short term. So, for example, foreign language packaging, which is not used enough, or foreign batches in the Czech Republic. And I must say that it has improved significantly recently, mainly during the COVID times, and we have it now already also in the applicable law, which benefits our patients. What we also support on an EU level is utilization of multilingual variants and, of course, electronic leaflets instead of paper leaflets. There are also long-term solutions which are integral parts of the solution. So one of them is support of research and development. What I mean is grants, European projects, incentives for registration, and accelerated approval process, and regulatory flexibility. So that was a very fast wrap-up. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for giving really this round tour of the EU HTA regulation. And I think this is one of the rare moments where a country has really started to think through where the implications are. What does it mean? I think it's interesting to hear that there are resource implications. So resources rather go up through the HTA regulation, while the big promise was it may go down if there is an opportunity to share resources. And then you extended this into other areas where I think progress is needed. Maybe I open here to the audience. I think there's specific statements about how to use this in the Czech Republic. Are there questions from your end here in the room? To Irina. I think maybe then we go to this. So you say it's an increase of resources that's needed. Why do you need more resources when you may be able to share resources with other countries?
No, yeah.
Are we talking about human resources? My colleagues probably will understand because of the applicable law, we have given positions and a number of positions, and we probably are at the max, and we could work more, we could be involved in a scientific advisory, we could be involved in more assessment activities, but we simply do not have enough people for that, and it is given by the applicable law, since we have a given number of positions. So I don't know if you understood me.
Build up, yes, there's an expectation to engage, to actively engage in this EU system, in this future system. With this, maybe I ask Lotta, who's online, to give a perspective, maybe on Sweden. Sweden is a country that's very active, very actively involved, and has been for many years in chairing activities related to the cooperation on EU HTA, so it's certainly on HTA, but also other cooperations in the Nordic region and with other countries. Could you explain a bit more about the motivation in your country to join these initiatives or to actually lead? I think there's some leadership roles that have been taken up by Swedish experts in this.
Yes, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me here today. I should also maybe add that I'm part heading public affairs in Novartis Sweden, but I'm also spending 50% of the Swedish Trade Association leave, supporting them with the upcoming EU presidency. And I sort of suspect that's one of the reasons that I'm here this afternoon. And also thank you to previous speakers for interesting discussions. Yes, you're right. Sweden has a long also tradition of strong international collaboration, not just within the HTA through our agency, the Dental and Pharmaceuticals Benefits Agency, TLV, but also through Swedish Medical Products Agency, MPA. The motivation behind it, I don't dare to answer on behalf of the Swedish governmental agency, but I do think that if we look at TLV, our HTA agency in this case, Sweden has had the implementation of value-based pricing in HTA since, I think it's 20 years now, since 2002. So there is a long tradition, and I would say strong competence at the agency. And yeah, Sweden is now chairing the EU-NETA 21 from TLV and also was active in the previous activity. So I think that it's, part of a general Swedish kind of public administration tradition that you want to be a part of, where you see that you have experience to share. Maybe also to put on a kind of more Swedish hat. I think there's also sometimes a bit of a kind of self-awareness that we believe that we have something to share, and that we're happy to kind of engage with other stakeholders on it. And from a Swedish perspective, just sort of what's been discussed now in Sweden. I mean, we have the national implementation in progress, and this coordination group was mentioned earlier in the upcoming meeting, and the Swedish representatives have been appointed by the government. So I think we're also kind of anxious waiting on to see what's happening next. But yes, and I think also just to finalize, or final comment for this stage is also to say that of course there's a balance here between kind of finding the benefits of where you can have added value on EU level, but also which is a kind of a strong Swedish tradition within EU, that sort of the importance of keeping things of national competence on national level and not sort of duplicate the work that can be done on national level, but to really kind of find the ways where you can support and strengthen and hopefully improve or reduce time to access for patients, because those are some of the areas somewhat that Sweden is having challenges in, especially for non-oncology. treatments. I hope that was somewhat clear. First answer to your question.
Thank you, Lotta. I think we certainly see that countries are very engaged to very different extent. I think I hear here, certainly in the Czech Republic, there is an interest to drive this agenda, to see how this can actively be used. But the current group of HTA agencies that drive the preparation as part of a contract with the European Commission, there's only one Central Eastern European country representative. And the question is, of course, how can these countries be mobilized, making use of the opportunities of this and potentially other opportunities coming out of EU programs or the Pharmaceutical Strategy? Maybe, Natalie, do you have some thoughts about how to mobilize Central Eastern European countries specifically to embrace opportunities that come out of these European programs, like the EU HTA agenda, but also certain other programs?
Yeah, thanks, Ansgar. I think it's really encouraging to hear how seriously these initiatives are taken by countries. And indeed, it's interesting, it's really a learning experience for Ansgar and me to hear the fact that you have EU HTA and that the Czech Republic wants to be part of it means that we need more resources to be part of it. When we kind of, I think, naively thought, oh, we'll take away work because we'll do things at a European level. So, you know, I think we need to rethink a little bit what participation means, because what you're asking me is how can we increase participation, and if that means increasing your resources and by law you have a limited number of resources, that's not possible. Again, a little bit of creativity would be welcome, I think, from the level of European institutions who are centralizing some activities. During COVID, we learned that we can do everything online practically. We really did. I mean, I hope we don't forget that and we don't all start traveling around and spending days in hotels. And certainly the post-COVID travel is not made for that because it's impossible to get from one place to another easily, as I'm sure many of us has noticed. So I would really hope that there is a way. We as FPA, we have a specific group of national associations for Central and Eastern Europe. So we have our heads of associations with all the 37 national associations who are members. We also have the Ukraine as members, Turkey, lots of others. But we also have a specific group for Central and Eastern Europe because there are specificities of the region. And in order to be able to boost the access and respond to the specificities of the regions, I think it's important to recognize that a different kind of dialogue is needed that is very specific. And I don't know at European level how that's done. I was working in Brussels 27 years ago. I started, there were 15 countries. And ever since then, we've moved up to 28, now 27. It's a very different Europe. And when I watch the political interactions, I'm not sure we're there yet with integration. I'm not sure that, you know, that the great ideas of the Eastern European countries are picked up in the way that they should be because of the differences between the countries. And I'm really looking forward, and this is why I think EU presidencies are so important, because that's a moment where your country can really step forward and make proposals that match your ambitions as a country, and not just, you know, have to adapt whatever the other countries are proposing to you. So I hope that that the Czech Republic will maybe use this opportunity of the presidency to address some of the issues that you were raising. We certainly see that for access, these are the countries, the small countries, even worse. You were very right. Malta, Cyprus, they even have a worse access issue than some of the Eastern European countries. But I really think that there is an opportunity now with the revision, with the implementation of the HTA regulation in the next 3 years to get it right. But that means that your voice needs to be heard and in that sense facilitated. So if we as an industry can do anything through our Central and Eastern European Working Group, I think we should. Ansgar, I think we should leverage a bit more, and some of the people in the audience are part of that, so that's on us. But also let's try maybe and together make sure this presidency pushes that, and it's great to have Lotta on the line as well, because Sweden is the next presidency. This shouldn't be a one thing in 6 months, because that's never going to work, right? So there are 3 years to get the HTA implementation right. I heard something new that is important.
Thanks, Natalie. Maybe, Irina, do you plan to make the implementation of the EU HTA regulation also part of a theme, or a small theme, larger theme of the presidency, of the Czech presidency?
No, já si myslím, že to je možná spíše otázka jakoby.
Maybe this question should be asked to the Ministry of Health. I do not want to specify this on their behalf.
The French presidency, the French, it was interesting to see, the French presidency has said, well, this was the kickoff. I think you are now moved more into the middle part of the implementation phase. But they certainly saw this is a key deliverable. It's an opportunity to rethink how we work together in HTA. And they came also with the challenge of the resources. So France is much larger in terms of the resources. And their point was, I think, a clear commitment to the people in the room to say, we will not invest resources into duplicating the assessment at home. So it was a clear commitment of the head of the HTA, of the HRS, the HTA agency, to say, we cannot afford this. We only have the people once. And if they do the assessment at an European level, we cannot redo this at home. We have to use it. That's why we have to engage. We have to be part now of the implementation so that we have good trust in the outcomes. Maybe let me close
Can I just ask one question?
Please.
Is there any initial feedback on this very topic, the common joint clinical assessment, from the other East European countries, Poland, Slovakia, Hungary, Romania?
So far, I have not. It's not visible to us. Obviously, we know that the current group that coordinates the input, not the coordination group. In this coordination group, every country will be and has nominated individuals. I think this is up for a reasonable start. But the situation so far is that the countries that have a consortium, which is temporarily funded by the European Commission, they invite all the countries. And it seems that a larger group of countries is at least participating, which I think is good. It's ultimately the basis to build trust and to make sure that the outcomes are used. So there is something, but it's not very visible. With the coordination group, countries have to. And we will see then how articulate the countries become. Or is it still Sweden, very articulate in this, or Germany and France, very large countries? Or will there be also some articulated needs of smaller countries? Maybe let me close with a question to put this into the larger context. I think you mentioned, Irina, you mentioned a number of other areas where I think we can collaborate, and we should collaborate and should use European programs to leverage those to start and trigger discussion in the country. We've also seen that I think we lack at times platforms to discuss access solutions more comprehensively. I think that's something, Natalie, you raised. Do you have any ideas how we can, to everyone, also to Lotta, how we can overcome this kind of resistance to create the fora to openly discuss these issues, these barriers in countries and at EU level? What can we do to overcome this resistance to create these fora?
Happy to try. I mean, in my experience, there have been fora set up by the European Commission, bringing all the member states on one side and all the different industry, but not only industry, hospitals, doctors, nurses, patient groups on the other side, and the Commission to discuss about difficult issues. So you remember the biosimilar legislation, a number of CSR issues, other issues. So we have had, are they particularly fast? No, it never is fast when you have more than one person trying to decide something. But it is a very open and fair and pragmatic way to put an issue on the table, find the evidence, and then address it If we don't do that, I think we'll just keep pointing at each other and not making any progress. But I'm not really sure how to unlock the mechanism to make it start again. I mean, we've done it, I think, 3 times. We've had pharmaceutical fora at European level. It should be possible to do it again. I don't see why there's such a resistance at the moment.
Sorry, Lotta lost the microphone. Any specific ideas from your end about how we can restart a more comprehensive dialogue on access solutions?
Yes, now I'm going to solve the problem all by myself. No, to be very honest, I don't think I have the kind of golden ticket here to it. But I would just like to pick up something that I think that Natalie mentioned earlier, which I hope that can be sort of used also in the future. We've been talking a lot about COVID here, and we've seen in terms of maybe regulatory aspects that the use of kind of using the exemptions made us sort of be able to get treatments and medicines faster out to the patients. And one thing that we are sort of discussing quite a lot in Sweden is also to hopefully be able to use this kind of cooperative approach in COVID also in future discussions. And so I'm not saying that it could be the solution, but hopefully maybe inspired by that, we could sort of keep that kind of momentum of dialogue also on European level. But as for, I think, and also just to sort of continue to show, at least I think that's a responsibility for us on the national level to kind of show for the benefit of these kind of fora, also for the national level, and also try to explain, because I think just from a Swedish perspective, sometimes it's the fear of duplicating or removing or moving something from national level to the European level. But also then I think it's up to us on the national level to also then explain and say that this is not moving competence, this is to strengthen dialogue and hopefully improve the process. Vague answer, I'm sorry, but I think maybe more of a hope. But can I just add one last thing also, that
Please.
In terms of the pharmaceutical strategy, and also Natalie mentioned that this is like a long-term progress. We know that in our dialogue, early dialogue now with the Swedish ministry for the upcoming presidency, it's also very clear on the kind of importance that Sweden is focusing on as what we sometimes call being the good president. So also to put a lot of effort in moving the EU agenda forward. So we do see that the pharma legislation review, and then of course maybe, I mean, the HTA legislation is already implemented or being now nationally implemented, and also the European health data space. So we kind of definitely expect that to be high on the Sweden's agenda also.
Thank you, Lotta. I think with this I close. I think the presidency is an opportunity for many initiatives. The world is watching. Certainly also how the Czech Republic drives this EU agenda forward. And yeah, of course, we hope also that the HTA regulation, the implementation will find its place in this. With this, I close this session. Thank you.
Once again, a very warm welcome to Friedland Hall. We'll be taking a look at the issue of equal and faster access for EU patients to innovative medicines. Is the situation the same for all diseases, or does the system forget certain diseases? What's the root cause of inequalities? We'll have panelists to discuss this topic. We have Mr. Jan Bodnar here, Deputy Director of the General Medical Insurance Company of the Czech Republic, Mr. Ladislav Friedrich, President of the Association of Health Insurance Companies of the Czech Republic, René Břečťan, Deputy Chairperson of Rare Diseases Czech Republic, and we have a special guest. We have Julie Spieser, Head of Global Market Access, Sanofi, connected online. So let me switch into English for a short while.
Start with a look from behind the borders. Julie Spieser, the Head of Global Market Access at Sanofi, could tell us about the business assessment of HTA regulation as well as European health data space. And when it comes to the patient, we could get to know more about the possible two-tier pricing model. Julie, we can see you already. I hope we can also hear each other. So welcome, and the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me well.
We can. Great.
Thank you. So I think you heard a lot today about the industry proposal to improve access throughout European countries. What I'd like to do during this intervention is to take a step back, look at the overall system, and see what is needed to improve access in a quicker way and in a more equitable way for all European patients in Europe. What I suggest is that first I'd like to go through what is the picture today in terms of access to innovative medicine in Europe. Then I'd like to go through what member states need to work on together to improve access for innovative medicine. Then I would like to go through budget consideration and the need for very targeted conversation. And last but not least, I'd like to go through the need for a favorable ecosystem for innovation in Europe. So if you allow me to start with what is the situation today in terms of access for innovative medicines in Europe, I'd like to refer to a report that was published last April on time to access and also level of access for innovation in Europe through the weight report done by IQVIA. The rate of availability of innovative medicine is on average 46% in Europe today. Of course, there are major variations between countries. If I take Germany, 92% of medicines who have access through European market authorization are accessible for patients in Germany. Same figures is 55% when it comes to Czech Republic. And in some Central and Eastern European countries, the rate of availability of innovative medicine is below 33%. This is about a drug to be innovative medicines to be available in countries. If we discuss about level of restriction, then the full availability of new medicine, then those figures are getting smaller. The situation, in my view, is more concerning when it comes to orphan drugs, as the rate of availability then is decreasing as well. It's slightly above 1/3, 37% throughout all Europe. And if you consider additional restriction that can be given through the different system, the full availability then decrease. It's about 20% in Czech Republic, and it's less than 15% for some Central and Eastern European countries. In my view, this is concerning, especially because orphan drugs are especially medicines where there is no alternative for patients. And one last key figure that I'd like to share with all of you is that the median time of availability of medicine is also a point of concern. As of today, it's more than 500 days in most Central and Eastern European countries between the European marketing authorization and the date of availability for patients. So I just wanted to highlight that today we have some striking access inequalities throughout Europe that we absolutely need to work on. The second point I'd like to make is, what is needed basically to improve access to innovative medicine. And the first thing I'd like to emphasize is that we absolutely need a very strong collaboration between the different member states to address the most important barriers. Access to innovation is a multifactorial issue. We need a multi-stakeholder approach at European level to improve the situation on a to all the different fronts. The thing that is really under discussion this year, and we are, I think, making lots of progresses in 2022, is about the European joint assessment. So I think you had quite an in-depth discussion before. We really need a truly effective European joint assessment that is going to harmonize access requirement and value recognition throughout Europe in order to accelerate access in the different countries. We also need to set up European health data space that is going to be absolutely key to ensure that the healthcare system are efficient and that we can potentially do some managed entry agreement. I truly believe that a European health database is a unique opportunity to improve access and really link access to clear patient outcomes. Last but not least, in terms of collaboration between member states, I think we absolutely need solidarity between the different countries to improve access, in the sense that one of the key drivers today to set price throughout Europe is international reference pricing. And there are different capabilities, affordabilities between the different member states. So we absolutely need also countries who have higher affordability possibilities to understand that other countries may benefit from lower price. And basically today, international reference pricing is a key barrier to enable this to take place. So we need this understanding and we need the recognition that we may have different related price to provide access to medicine. My third point is about the efficiency of healthcare budget spending. So we know that today we have a different budget related to healthcare expenditure as a share of GDP per capita, and this is directly correlated to the level of access and time to access for medicine. We used to have quite different level of share of GDP per capita spent to healthcare expenditure. I think today we have more or less convergence around the healthcare expenditure, but just to keep in mind that if I take some countries, in Central and Eastern European countries, such as Latvia, Poland, Hungary, they spend half of their healthcare budget as a share of GDP versus France, Germany, Italy, and Spain. So I think we should absolutely consider that healthcare expenditure is the investment for the benefit of a healthy population that absolutely need to be taken into consideration. When it comes to healthcare expenditure dedicated to innovative medicine, that's where we used to have maybe also a number of difference, and we tend to converge towards 15%, which is a portion that did not increase over the last 2 decades. And we have to really put this, in consideration versus what healthcare systems are spending in different parts of the system. The objective of innovative medicine can also be to free some resources to enable to follow patients outside the hospital. And we still have a very significant level of spending within the hospital. Just one figure that I'd like to keep in mind is that we have around 10% of hospital expenditure that goes to correcting preventable medical mistakes or hospital-acquired infection. And healthcare systems are estimated to waste up to 20% of spendings on intervention that do not improve health outcome. This is where also we need to make the link with the possibility to generate real-life data and really to have a very efficient spending of healthcare expenditure, very efficient healthcare expenditure spending. Last but not least, we absolutely need the right ecosystem to favor innovation in Europe. It's really key to favor and to accelerate access for innovation for European patients. There are some current concerning trends in terms of attractiveness for Europe. I think the acceleration of international reference pricing is one that I already mentioned. The uncertainty that we have on what is going to be the outcome of joint clinical assessment. We need to have more predictability here. The OMP regulation, where we have a risk to restrict incentive for orphan disease development. These are creating some potential challenges for Europe to be attractive to launch new innovative medicines. So we should be very mindful about, any regulation or obligation that is gonna impact attractiveness of European healthcare system. This is absolutely critical to make sure that we increase access to patients. So that's what I wanted to share as an intro with all of you, and happy to answer any question you may have.
Really, thank you very much from for your view on the changes necessary. Now I'll switch back to Czech, protože další řečníci tady budou mluvit česky.
I will switch to Czech. Further speakers will be Czech speakers. I hope that you're getting the translation into English. Are you? Can you hear the English interpretation or not? Can you hear me?
Hear the English translation when I have spoken Czech?
No, let me...
It's different.
It's working now. I just, sorry, I should have the translation working now.
Okay, so now you can hear, tak já zkusím mluvit česky.
I will speak in Czech, so let's test whether Shirley will hear us. Can you hear us now? Excellent, fantastic. So now the connection is good and we can continue. Let's continue with the patient's perspective. René Břečťan has already outlined that, but perhaps he'd like to respond to the information that we've had. So what about the equal access for both in terms of regional and different diagnoses? Thank you very much for the floor. Let me just briefly go back to what we discussed in the previous workshop, where we discussed the timeline. So we're speaking about equal and faster access for EU patients to medicines. It actually is a broader theme. So when we speak about patients, so in the Czech Republic, we are quite progressive. We're doing fairly well, but we need to take some things into consideration. So, for instance, the system of GPs at the very outset. It's vital that GPs manage to, well, perhaps not identify, but perhaps suspect that a patient is suffering from a rare disease. So it can be a pediatrician, have children that, you know, that the child or the adult should be referred to specialized examination. Great progress has been achieved in this respect. Last year we did a survey among pediatricians and among GPs, and the outcome was that some 42% of them are aware of the fact that they have patients with a rare disease. So that's a great progress, because some 5 years prior to that, it was said that, well, rare diseases is something that, you know, is tackled in university teaching hospitals and not our issue. So the GP, the doctor that the patient is first in contact with, you know, it's vital that the doctor knows that there are rare disease patients, and that's the first important step. And let me also touch upon newborn screening. The Czech Republic ranks somewhere in the middle. We have screening for 18 rare diseases in that newborn screening. It's 18 plus 2 being piloted, so 20 in total with those 2 piloted. And there is a discussion ongoing, where do we go from there? Because so far we've been screening diseases for which there is a solution, a treatment which is logical. So you're screened and there is treatment available should the disease be established. But now the discussion is ongoing about whether some addressable conditions should also be included. So there is perhaps not a therapy, but perhaps the family could be prepared for that situation, for the rare disease, etc. So that's one of the areas that will be discussed at technical meeting that will take place in July, already during the Czech presidency. And then there is the area of care. So after the patient has been identified, and naturally we strive to have as many patients identified as possible, their condition. So then care. So patients should receive care in the rare disease specialized centers. And in January this year, national network of highly specialized rare disease centers was established. So this is something that is based on the European reference network. So there is 24 of them. We actually in the Czech Republic have 22 out of those. So again, that reflects the high level of care provided in the Czech Republic. But that doesn't suffice. We have some formal breakdown, but we know already now that the centers are not sufficient in terms of their capacity, and there is also an issue of transition from pediatric to adult care. This is addressed not just by the Czech Republic but other countries too. It is quite pronounced problem. So we have comprehensive care for children, and when they reach the age of 19, basically they end up receiving regional care, but their care should be much more intensive because most or many of the rare diseases have a progressive nature. So going back to care, we rely on the network of centers, and here what becomes apparent is what you've mentioned. So the difference between the specialized centers and then regions. The centers partly do not cover the capacity, so it's then a matter for discussion whether we strive to make sure that all patients receive care in the centers and should be taken care of according to standards of care, or should the centers take care of just some patients and only are aware of all the patients, and the care is partly split within the region. So say, for instance, a patient can go to a specialized center once or twice, and then some other treatments may be received somewhere in the region. So that's all issues to be discussed, and the specialized centers should be provided by should be seen by the hospitals as really progressive and beneficial. Sometimes funding is lacking for the development of these centers, so there is room for improvement, but it's a good foundation. And then moving to treatment, and we already touched upon it in the previous panel, but I should say that identification and care, this is something that carries on until treatment. So naturally, a patient should be diagnosed and taken care of and then can access treatment. Okay, thank you very much. And let's now take a look at the perspective of health insurance companies. Ladislav Friedrich was taking some notes, so you would like to respond, wouldn't you? I believe that I can follow up on where we ended before lunch. As far as efficiency of processes is concerned, and when we speak about market access, that deserves full support. So we do not need to have duplicity procedures. So let's make things more efficient. Let's have a transparent data foundation available for health insurance companies as well, and that's perfectly fine. The final part, so once it has been decided that a policyholder is entitled to the treatment, we also support that, because when there is the decision has been made, availability needs to be ensured. GPs and consultants should be made aware of that, and then specialized centers, and then the patient perhaps may again be delegated to outpatient care from there. So that's again perfectly in order. We'll strive to cooperate as much as possible. Where I see a big problem, however, is the financial availability. The director mentioned here the equity tier-based pricing, but there are two factors there. So the price should be adequate to the economic power or of the country. That's one thing, and then another factor is how speeding up availability. So differentiated prices should contain that as well. So how much the economy can afford to pay, and at the same time, what's the fast pace of ensuring the same availability of treatment as countries that are already ahead of us. And the big problem there will lie in the fact, or rather in the relation to the doctors at large, because the pricing negotiations revolve around strong notions that neither of the segments, dentists, GPs, gynecologists, hospitals, none of the segments want to voluntarily accept that in the coming years that sector will grow more slowly than the others. Naturally, that's not possible, but we see some tendencies here, and unless we have a midterm perspective and a midterm policy and agreement that needs to be guaranteed by the Ministry of Health as the decisive player that supervises public interest, we are then moving and are being pushed to so many restrictions in the short-term agreements that we can't really follow a long-term strategy. So we should have mid-term planning. I would be very much in favor of that. I'm very happy that the Minister of Health has been speaking about it quite strongly. So I hope that we'll move it to the implementation phase, because then it will be clear that this tier-based pricing may help increase availability, but at the same time, I would expect that the question will be, what are we willing to do for that sake ourselves? So either, we'll have to see a gradual increase in the healthcare budget or some structural changes. And then naturally these structural changes will be painful for some, as always, because available care will have higher costs, so some other segments will need to accept lower costs. So health insurance companies certainly don't want to defend or torpedo anything, no, but we'll have to strive to make sure that costs are balanced, because this is actually what's also at stake. Thank you very much. And Jan Bodnar. So when I ask you, besides cost sharing, perhaps can there be risk sharing as well in the model? Risk sharing when innovative treatment is introduced is a trend that we'll be addressing in the future, undoubtedly, and it's not easy at all. When we take a look at risk sharing, and we see two main barriers. So nothing is really easy, and risk sharing, and then what do we call value-based outcome or value-based pricing? That that is dependent on the technology conditions of the data systems, the electronic systems that payers use at present. So there are quite complex barriers vis-a-vis our internal systems. So we should monitor data from providers, but so far we haven't managed to implement a sufficiently robust electronic system to handle that. Plus, there is another circumstance that's much more important, and that is the reporting morals of doctors who work with the medicines. So doctors who should be reporting the data vis-a-vis health insurance companies. VZP tested it on several medicines, and we know that overcoming this barrier will be a very difficult thing. And basically, when addressing that, we won't be able probably to avoid some kind of maluses. That's an unpopular step, but it seems that we won't be able to efficiently solve this without it. So doctors who should follow the efficacy of medicines don't report in adequate quality. So that's to answer your question. But I would like to focus on one more thing that hasn't been mentioned here, and that is the need for data sharing. There is a lot of room for data sharing, not just in the Czech Republic, because here we have various platforms for data sharing, etc. But speaking about a robust data sharing platform, we can't do without European or global networks that would evidence efficacy. And there are gaps, not just within the Czech Republic, but across the EU, and not just across the EU, but across the world, we can say. So it would be worth a while to discuss this, some high-level platforms. We should take a look at better implementation of the reimbursement mechanisms. Thank you very much. And David Kolář would like to react. Well, I have the benefit of being the last lot has been said, so I won't repeat what Silja said. I agree with her. She outlined the main inequalities socially that really follows up on the first discussion that we had in the morning when we discussed just local barriers for the Czech Republic. It's clear that naturally we can also see the same in the context of the whole EU. In general, the path to alignment to making sure that the inequalities are as minimal as possible is similar at European and at local level. From the European perspective, I believe that the more aligned the systems are, and as we said in the morning, I naturally also see that the individual member states want to keep their systems. There are differences among them, the strength of the economy, number of inhabitants, number of patients, etc. So, we can't have everything aligned 100%, but there are areas where it may work. So, for instance, centralized registration or authorization. So, this is something that has sped up access everywhere in the EU. Then it's joint clinical assessments. We'll see how it will be implemented in practice. I believe that the original idea won't probably be approved. But anyway, there are very many themes that can be aligned. Digitization, data, as mentioned by Mr. Bodnar, I fully agree. From manufacturer's perspective, EHDS is yet another area that can contribute to minimizing gaps between countries. And now looking at the national questions, let me follow up from what René has said. We have a similar perspective. So even though we see differences in this field, it's naturally hard to achieve market access. But besides that, when a medicine already makes it into reimbursement, and it's not just a matter for the Czech Republic, but a problem elsewhere, it doesn't automatically mean that all patients actually receive that medicine. And it may be prescription restrictions, etc. Not always are we able to identify the patients to receive the treatment, even though screenings have improved. Still, they are not at the level where they should be. There are economic barriers as well. Nothing comes for free, so we need to seek efficiency of the system. And last but not least, we need to discuss the healthcare network. It's an objective fact that a patient in Prague has much greater chances of getting hold of state-of-the-art treatment than patient in wherever rural area, whatever rural area, say in northern Bohemia or wherever else. So yes, that's an objective factor. It's not criticism. I'm just basically referring to the status quo. So it's vital to continue in the discussion. And most of us were present at the morning panel. In the main hall, they discussed tier pricing, and there wasn't agreement on that, even though industry came up with that proposal, and the EC probably doesn't see it at present as the main solution to the situation. But yes, it can be discussed. So if that is not a viable solution, then let's look for a different one, because there are areas where joint agreement and joint procedure makes clear sense. Thank you very much. Listening to you is, it seems to me that a larger amount of data would definitely help, but are patients willing to be a source of a larger amount of data to get hold of treatment? Surely. Yes, I believe that a number of rare diseases and diagnoses, let me speak about the better known ones. There are common registers available. Patient organizations have very good awareness of how many patients there are. There are patient organizations for rare diseases. So it can be, for instance, the SMA organization, etc. So yes, information is available. Patients and patient organizations are ready for that. But it's the better known rare diseases. On the other hand, there is a large number of ultra rare diseases, and here it's fantastic just to know that patients have been diagnosed and they are taken care of in a hospital, etc. So yes, data are available and could be made available. But one more remark, if I may. As Mr. Bodnar spoke about the need to share data. So clinical trials, that's a step before receiving treatment. So from the patient's point of view, we are starting to feel in the Czech Republic, how to put it correctly, there are not that many patients for those clinical trials available. And then when we move to the rarer diseases, it's hard to enroll in clinical trials because it may be just, say, 1 or 2 patients are there. And then it's not possible to take part really in a clinical trial abroad, even though theoretically it's possible, but then it's not feasible in practice. So that's an area that should get patients closer to treatment, but the train has slowed down, so to speak. Let me take the floor, if I may. Yes, please do. And Julie perhaps would like to respond as well, right? But Jan Bodnar first and then Julie. I believe that the situation with ultra-orphans shows that we need to improve the data foundations, improve the structures across Europe, at least, to know the clinical impact of the medicines designated for these diseases. And back to what I already mentioned, I know that there are efforts to unify data across Europe, but there are very many gaps still there. So we should focus our efforts in that direction so that, especially in the ultra-orphan designations, we know the clinical side after the OMP is administered and we have the data across Europe. Shili, we definitely will be happy to hear your experience from France. So can you tell me about the cooperation, possibility of patients to be involved in clinical trials to achieve further progress with the treatment so that those who need the treatment get it?
Thank you. So first of all, I think it's absolutely critical to improve collaboration between countries and to include patient association to create those networks. Because to your point, we have, of course, when it comes to ultra rare indication, it's even more challenging. So what we are doing as a company and other pharma is to ensure that we have a dialogue with patient association at the time we set our clinical trials program to ensure that we include also the outcomes that are the ones that make sense for patients. What we want also is to, and as pharma, we are really keen on seeing more patient association involvement when it comes to assessment of clinical benefit of treatments. As you know, ultra-rare drugs are developed through an accelerated development plan. As we have very few patients, we may have some specific designs, and the level of evidence required by payers needs to take into account the challenge that we have to develop those evidence. This is why having the patient voice is absolutely critical to make sure that we have the outcomes that are the most relevant, that are demonstrated. So I truly believe that the collaboration with patient associations, with the companies in charge of developing rare drugs is absolutely critical, but as well with regulatory agencies and also bodies in charge of evaluation of data. You also stress the need for real-world evidence. I think it's clearly also the case that for ultra-rare disease, there are fair requests to decrease the level of uncertainty on the real-world use of new treatments. And that's where we need to make sure that we are able to gather data from different countries to be able to have the right level of demonstration and to continue the demonstration and to continue the improvement for patient outcomes after even launch of innovative medicine. So I truly believe that patient associations should have stronger networks throughout Europe and could could increase the level of, I would say, dialogue, both with regulatory payers and also pharma. That's something that is absolutely critical.
Thank you. Napadá mě, když to tady poslouchám a když vidím...
Listening to all this and speaking about equal and faster access for EU patients to innovative medicines, do we have cross-border healthcare tourism or even tourism within the Czech Republic to better healthcare? I can speak on behalf of the Czech healthcare system. We are in a different situation than where we were 6 months ago, but it doesn't seem to be the case. So it's not that we would be significantly under pressure of foreign nationals who want to receive treatment or medicines designated as OMPs here in the Czech Republic. So no, it doesn't seem to be the case that such tourism would exist, but it may change in the future, because in the Czech Republic, availability is better than in some other countries, surrounding countries, I mean. But also the systems are set up in a robust manner to protect healthcare systems from this healthcare tourism. So I don't think it's a major issue at present, but we'll see whether the situation will change going forward. Yeah, one remark on that. And the question was also about healthcare tourism within the Czech Republic. But I believe that we shouldn't prevent that. There are very few of these patients, and by statute, they are free to choose their doctor. And I assume that these are knowledgeable patients in most cases who want to be seen by renowned doctors or renowned healthcare facilities where treatment can be routinely provided. There is accompanying treatment available, etc. So from our perspective, it's fine, and it's desirable that patients also help us identify the centers that they see as the high quality ones. Yes, let me respond from the patient's point of view and its external perspective. I don't know if you were asking about this, but possibility for Czech patients to be treated abroad. The ERNs, the European Reference Networks and Centers, are quite promising from our point of view. So, for instance, in the Czech Republic, there can be 1 or 2 patients, but in Germany, there is a specialized center that has, say, 30 of such patients. So I assume that for the system, Czech system as such, it would be more efficient to refer those patients abroad to receive care there. And as for the reimbursement, I don't see any tourism that foreigners would basically travel to the Czech Republic to receive treatment here. But I must say that we have been facing the situation in Ukraine as positively as we could. So those patients from Ukraine who are coming to the Czech Republic, we strive to make sure that they get the treatment they deserve. So if a patient with a rare disease comes, patient organizations have always played a role and have tried to help, not just health-wise, but also, for instance, helping with accommodation, etc. So it's a broad range of assistance provided. You wanted to respond as well, Mr. Friedrich? Yes, one remark. I agree that in relation to the Ukrainian refugees, there have been some concerns that there would be a high increase in patients who under ordinary circumstances wouldn't get the treatment in Ukraine. But no, we don't have alarming data in that respect at this stage. And I assume that if the system is to continue in the future, and naturally we can't rule out perhaps some speculative approach to that, then our country will probably respond in the same way as in the social sphere. So at the beginning, barriers need to be removed and help needs to be provided. But if problems appear later, we can rectify that later. It's an atypical situation because Ukraine isn't an EU member state, so legislation is not so forthcoming. So there is a certain risk, but so far hasn't been fulfilled. I wanted to have a follow-up question. So what could change the healthcare tourism if there is the two-tier pricing model? So do you think it would change? So then export from countries where medicines are cheaper wouldn't occur into the higher priced countries. But what about rare diseases? Do you think that this would be the way forward? Czech legislation, I would like to highlight, just like other national legislations, take care of that situation. So basically, this tourism is prevented so that it wouldn't occur across Europe. In some cases, however, it is desirable, so where there are the reference networks. So naturally, then the cross-border treatment is fine. The Czech Republic also specializes in certain diseases. So there is equity, there is equal access and mutual cooperation between member states. That's perfectly fine, but there is a lot room for improvement when it comes to data to make sure the collaboration is more efficient. Thank you very much. I don't see any raised hands, and we have exhausted the time for our workshop. So let me ask David Kolář to sum it up. So we should be sharing data at all possible levels. That's the key, isn't it? Yes, thank you. But I have different outcome. Well, we've all agreed together with Julie, who has described it from a European perspective on the fact that inequalities in access exist at European level, at local level as well. They are visible. And to make them smaller or to eliminate them, we have to work on streamlining, aligning the systems across Europe where possible. We have examples of good practice for that sake. And in conclusion, well, you have mentioned it here, and in the morning it has been mentioned. So in order to be able to identify where the problems are, we have to have a good data foundation. So we need to be able to identify where the bottlenecks lie, to be able to rectify the situation, to discuss possible solution and evaluate the correctness. So data is really the key. It's the alpha and omega of potential solution. Thank you very much. And as always, when I say that we're ending, a question has come. So let me indication restrictions for rare diseases. So how would you like to address this issue? When there is the alignment with other European countries? Who would like to take that question? Probably no one. So let's keep it for the last panel.
Nás teď čeká krátká přestávka.
What's ahead of us is a short break now, and after the break we'll all move to the main hall, and all the 4 workshops will be summarized there. So we'll continue at 2:45, and now time for coffee break.
Welcome all back to the meeting room to discuss the main conclusions. We went into detail of the regulatory framework, focused on local barriers to market access, looked at the HTA regulation and asked what is needed for an equal and faster access for EU patients to innovative medicines. As all of us had a chance to be only at half of the workshops, it's good to have representatives of each workshop here to summarize them. And you can also ask them questions. We have some time for that. Just Senior Scholar will have to leave at 3 o'clock. So please, if you will have questions on her, please send it as soon as possible. So we started Pharmaceutical Regulatory Framework, how to make Europe attractive. And I asked Senior Scholar, the Director for Regulatory Strategy of FPA, for her summary.
Thank you so much. And just for those who did not attend the session, we had the pleasure to be joined by Anthony Humphreys from European Medicines Agency. He's the head of Regulatory Science and Innovation Task Force. We had Ansgar Hepburn to present the FBR HTA working group angle and ideas, and from his position at Roche as well, ideas about HTA and regulatory framework interaction. And then we were joined by Mr. Roman Kraus, Chairperson of Committee on Health, and also Mr. Jakub Dvoracek, Deputy Minister of Health. So really good interventions from all these four, and I'll try my best to summarize what came out of it. So like EU Pharmaceutical Strategy, I think our topics mainly touch upon how to support innovation, because that is clearly the way how EU can be even more attractive than it is today. But then, of course, the 3 A's came out, and the 3 A's are availability and access, as well as affordability. So that is what we find in all the discussions what we're having. I personally could spend a day talking about the regulatory framework, the regulatory improvements needed, but it is not possible to silo the conversation like that. So when we talk about innovation, we need to take into account these other themes as well. But for the innovation, I think, and it came through in several presentations afterwards, is that it appears that for the Czech Republic, accelerated approvals as well as moving to electronic PI are one of the key priorities. And for the accelerated approvals, Tony Humphreys from EMA was giving some ideas what could that mean. So it could mean shortening the timelines that are set in the centralized procedure assessment, so 220 days for normal and 150 days for accelerated. We can shorten them, force the legislation to shorten the timeline that regulators have to do their assessment. On the other hand, some of you who are more well acquainted with the regulatory procedure, this assessment also includes a clock stop. And clock stop is the time that the marketing authorization holder has then to respond to list of questions. And potentially, in order to really shorten the assessment, the clock stop time could be also limited to a certain number of days. So I think EMA is quite generous about giving the time that the company needs. It's a little bit up to the marketing authorization holder how long time they spend in answering to the list of crucial questions. So in order to have the two parties committed to shorter timelines, it might include these two elements. Then I think what was clear is that the better crisis preparedness and the lessons learned from COVID should be taken into account in the revision of the pharma legislation. And what could that mean is that now when EMA has got a new mandate under the European Health Union regulation, that, for instance, means that they have installed or implemented something called expert panels on devices, and potentially their remit, although it's now limited to high-risk critical devices, could be expanded in another areas as well. And something that I brought up from innovative industry point of view was that there needs to be a more clear pathway for drug-device combinations, which are in fact 25% of the current pipeline. So it's too sporadic now. Something needs to be done there, and that truly would support the innovation for the future. Then we moved on to look at how to bridge the gap of the evidence generation between the regulatory approval and HTA assessment. And Ansgar gave some really good perspective about can we use regulatory science to explore the methodologies, for instance, to improve in the area so that we have kind of a continuum of evidence thinking throughout the development program. So not only aiming for regulatory approval only, because you need to consider, obviously, quite early on the HTA requirement. So there are two concepts, such as utilization of innovative clinical trial designs, that could be like remote clinical trials, data that comes from these settings are not necessarily so accepted in the downstream decision making, so we could look at how to bring more coherence there. And then, of course, the use of real-world data and evidence, not only in the post-approval setting, which is, of course, happening already for decades for pharmacovigilance monitoring, etc. We collect real-world data. We through applicable methodologies make it an evidence for decision making. We can also utilize that in pre-approval phase, and that is still an area of emerging, and the regulatory science actually can help as well. And then digitalization came up in terms of how important the health data connectivity in fact is. And something that came up today a lot, it was the implementation of the European health data space, that truly is something everybody should be acquainted with, and both countries and the different stakeholders be actively involved on how the data will be used, primary data, secondary data, etc., so that it actually serves multiple purposes there. And then on the 3 A's, availability, accessibility, and affordability. On the availability, obviously, the shortages reporting, not to duplicate any requirements there came up, as well as the need to have transparency in the system, both from the industry side, but also on the side of, for instance, what's the true patient need. So that was mentioned as well. On the access and affordability, I will leave that to Ansgar more to elaborate from your session, but I think in this making Europe attractive discussion, it was concluded innovation and access are obviously together. They are two sides of the same coin, so without one, there isn't any access for patients to their treatment. So how can we make sure that we make the right policy choices? Is the compulsory licensing of centralized procedure products the way to force access to the market? I think you have got a sense that from innovative industry point of view, legislative change there is not the solution. We could look at other ways on how we can make that happen, but yeah, we discussed a little bit of that. And then lastly, we concluded with a nice question from the audience that asked actually the Ministry of Health, Deputy Ministry of Health, like, what are his recommendations for FPA and AIFP to do now when the EU pharma strategy is being implemented? So can he think of what industry should be doing? And he was really asking for tight dialogue between the stakeholders in all member states. So I think what we've experienced today is very positive, that in Czech Republic you have that dialogue, that you can bring regulators, ministry, stakeholders, probably healthcare professionals as well together, and have that exchange. And it doesn't happen in all countries, so we as a trade association, both on European level, but also very much in liaison with the national association, should do that. We try to do that, and a point to Jakob was like, well, you cannot imagine how much we want to have that dialogue. So if on the other hand, Czech Republic as a council presidency country now can help with that dialogue, we would be much appreciated. So that's my conclusion.
Thank you, Sumi. This was a very detailed summary, and I think very nice said what we heard even at the other workshops, that the cooperation and sharing of not only data but experience is a base for moving forward. But we'll probably hear some more advice from Ansgar Heborn, the head of FPI HTA working group, because he moderated and led the workshop of market access and joint clinical assessment.
And I will say goodbye and thank you to all of you. It has been a pleasure to be here, and now I will need to catch the flight that was changed the timing. So good luck, Ansgar, with your summer. Bye.
Thank you, Sini. Yeah, I think I sensed with great power comes great responsibility. I think the Czech Republic is taking on a presidency, which in this field that we discussed today has quite a number of opportunities. There's risks as well, but there are programs, the Pharma Strategy as the big umbrella, the Pharma Legislation Review, the Health Data Space, EU HTA. There's many different programs that I think we should leverage. We should leverage in our countries as an opportunity, yeah, to do something for Europe, get something from Europe, but also to think about how we are doing at home. So it's an opportunity, and I sense here in this room there's interest to mobilize and realize these opportunities. I certainly learned, and we discussed this also in our breakout session, that stakeholder engagement is key. I think it's really important to engage, to understand the perspective of other parties. Yes, there may be biased perspectives of the industry or of other stakeholders, of patients, but it's important to really reflect on this experience, to reflect on the many years of experience with EU HTA. This is not new. I think there's 10, 15 years of experience about how this can work and how it will not work. It's important to really build on this. Let me come back to the root causes of the big access, availability, and affordability challenges. It's important to address them specifically, to address them in countries. There are some relevant opportunities to go this level higher, EU level, and then to do something there. There is an opportunity, which is the EU HTA regulation that we discussed. Now it's in place. This is now the implementation time, and in our panel, it was really good to see that that Jakub Dvoracek, but also Irina Storova had really thought about the implications, the challenges. There are concrete challenges, the opportunities, some hope that this may materialize. I think it's certainly good to see these kind of reflections. They help also us to better understand what the challenges with the EU HTA regulation may be. I think coming out of the first panel, of Sini's panel, there is certainly a concern at our end that the Pharma Legislation Review will take a lot of time. This is also not a solution for tomorrow, and may have many unintended consequences depending on how you try to sort out problems and challenges at local level with EU instruments, which may not be made for this. And so I hope that there is still opportunity to reflect on our industry proposals, to address, for example, these very different levels of affordability. There's no way to address this at an EU level with EU level instruments. We need to make progress on those. On the HTA regulation, I think the idea was that this can certainly help if companies better understand what evidence is needed for decision making. That was certainly Jakub's hope. The time is now of this regulation. I think this is understood. We need to now implement it. And it was interesting to hear from Irina, certainly there are challenges to resource this. I think if you want to be part of this EU project, and probably also the other EU projects, you have to free up some resources to just make this happen. And the benefits to reap later from the outputs of this, but the first step is you have to be part of it, and this costs some time. And she articulated that these resources may not be available, which I think is something that we need to reflect on. Well, I think in principle it's really key that we have a dialogue, that we find solutions, that we are realistic about the options and the various solutions that are at the table for access and availability. It's important that we don't hide the true issue, but address this and find solutions. So I'm also leaving with a very good impression of good discussions and certainly a commitment of all the stakeholders that were part of this here to find these solutions and to hopefully make use of the presidency.
Ansgar, thank you very much. I really find interesting what you said, that Jakub Dvořáček said, that it's very important that each of the stakeholders understands the view of the other ones, so that the companies need to know what the minister and so on needs for making a decision, because sometimes we don't see the view of the other one. So we have to think of that. Thank you very much. And David Kolář, the Executive Director of the Association of Innovative Pharmaceutical Industry, has 2 panels to summarize. So it's yours.
Thank you very much. So I will try to summarize the workshops number 2 and number 4, and I will start where Ansgar finished, because I think that one of the main outcomes is that we all agreed, together with colleagues from patient organizations, SUKL, and also payers, that the base for, let's say, finding the solutions, it's necessary to continue the dialogue, which started in 2017 or late 2016, and that this is really the reason why the Czech Republic is improving from perspective of the access, and that this is really the bottom line for continuing in this improvement. So first we started the discussion about the local barriers to the Czech market regarding the market access. We shared, let's say, a little bit different perspective. What does it mean barrier from perspective of the payers, from perspective of the SUKL, patient organizations, and from my side as manufacturers. And I think that we concluded that we can divide them in several parts, or let's say categories. That there are some technical one, meaning the healthcare organizations and the network in the Czech Republic as such. But we concluded that in this stage, Czech Republic is quite good in European perspective. Of course, there are space for improvement, for example, for rare diseases, but mainly that this is not really the barrier in Czech Republic. Then we follow up with some kind of medical barriers regarding the assessment of the medicinal drugs, or let's say drugs. And again, we concluded that this is not the real trouble in Czech Republic, because currently the dialogue with SUKL is pretty clear, and that interpretation of all of the rules is not the problem. So this is probably not the barrier as well right now. It can differ, of course. Then we were speaking about economical barriers, which are probably the most significant ones, the cost effectiveness, the budget impact, and all of the negotiations with payers, meaning how to get the treatment really in the market. And then, of course, the legislation, meaning mainly the law on public health insurance, and also, let's say, non-legislative pieces of the Czech system, for example, the methodologies of the payers and positive lists on the hospital level or the level of the payers as well. So I think that finally concluded that, of course, in Czech Republic there are barriers to the market access, as similar as in other states, and that we will all try to make it, let's say, even better in the future. I think that most of, no, let's say all of the panelists declared their will to continue the dialogue, and that we will all try together to improve the market access in the Czech Republic for future period of time. And in the second panel, we are discussing the equal and faster access for European patients to innovative medicines. We started with a colleague from Sanofi, Julie Spieser, the head of global market access. She shared with us, let's say, her point of view, which was really covering almost the same topics and potential barriers as we were discussing during the first panel. Which means that we can see a similar situation also in other European countries. Then we try to, let's say, discuss where are the roots of the inequalities, and that we can see them once again in the European level and also national level as well. And they are pretty similar. we can, let's say, find the inequalities in the patient journey from the beginning and even in the end. And it is necessary to not to start only with clinical trials, to not to continue only regarding the timeline to get the treatment to the market, to discuss only market access, or to discuss only, for example, the question of screening or identification of the patient as such, but also inequalities regarding the accessibility of the innovative treatment in the regions. It is really necessary to try to solve the situation in complex, because the issue is definitely comprehensive. And we agreed, all of us, that there are proposals from side the FPI, and you discussed in other panels, for example, the tier pricing. And of course, this is not necessarily the best solution, but this is the proposal, how to solve the situation, how to try to, let's say, diminish the differences between the system. And it is a proposal for discussion. And in case we will be able to find better solution, why not? Industry, patients, payers, authorities, all of us are willing to cooperate and to discuss. And I think this is really the final and most important conclusion of this conference. The dialogue needs to continue, and this is the only way how to improve in future period of time.
Thank you, David. So that was the summary of the other two workshops for those who didn't take part in a free lunch. And if there is not any question, well, okay. Then we still have one point ahead of us, which is closing remarks. And I'm very happy that the chairman of the Committee on Health of the Senate of the Parliament of the Czech Republic, Mr. Roman Kravus, managed to come back here, even though he has very tight schedule today. But I think it's very interesting and very important that the topic has his support, so I would like to ask him for his closing remarks.
Já si na závěr dovolím.
To conclude, I would not like to step away from the theme, but broaden it. I took part in a different conference with a similar topic, and that's self-sufficiency of Europe and the Czech Republic in manufacturing of medicines, potential of the pharmaceutical industry. Besides the themes that have been discussed at this conference, at the event that I attended, we discussed manufacturing and availability of generics in the Czech Republic. There are millions of patients who use generics that are used to treat chronic diseases. And the EU and the Czech Republic need to be self-sufficient. More than 80% of raw materials for the production of medicines are produced in 6 large production plants across the world, mainly located in Asia, India, China, that is. So that's a bottleneck of self-sufficiency. And you know, it's the same principle that should be maintained when it comes to generics and when it comes to innovative medicines, to strive to achieve self-sufficiency. So, you know, the main message of this event and also the previous event held here at the Senate, where we discussed OMPs and medicines for pediatric use, we should be able to respond to challenges and succeed in global competition whilst ensuring safety and access of patients to therapy, not just the modern innovative therapy, which has been the main topic of today, but also the regular treatments, standard treatments. And that doesn't apply just to medicines, the pharmaceutical industry, but also medical devices and equipment, because most is produced In China, you know, the North American companies have their production sites in China. Philips, GE, Siemens, etc. have their sites there. So all the medical devices and equipment are produced globally. So that's also a crucial factor, and only if we join forces can we overcome these challenges.
You can actually connect two very much connected topics together. So it's very handy that you visited both of the conferences. Thank you for that. And I must thank to all of you for being part of the discussion, for not giving up and moving the things forward so that all the patients within Europe will have the best access to innovative treatment as possible. So thank you for being part of that. Thanks also belongs to the interpreters, because it's sometimes not easy with us. So especially when you have to translate some of my questions, thank you for giving them some reason and some, you know, sense. Thank you. And well, good luck with everything you're doing, and fingers crossed for all of you who will be part of the decision-making through the presidency of the Czech Republic. So good luck, and thank you for being here.